Right. But it was.
Oh my God! He mouse slipped.
Oh, mouse slip. I think he was trying to play H3. He was trying to play H3, and somehow the rook got to H3 and not the pawn.
That has happened to me so many times. You click the square and then you click the piece by accident, and it moves to the square. Oh my lands!
Could have had 3 results in this game.
We definitely could have.
He pre-moved Bishop G. He pre-moved Bishop H5.
Just what I was gonna say, it's gonna be a draw and then we're gonna have a tiebreaker, but no, David Paravian tricks Nepomucci. Oh my, Fabiano
56.
has missed this when he moved Bishop to D1, and now he is desperately trying to find a defense, but there is none.
No defense. King comes to, well, C2, and there it is. We have a champion.
Wow.
Wow, Levon, his first time in the finals, and he makes it count. $7,500 richer. Levon is a beautiful person to begin with, but I think what his sentiments and what he said was really inspiring.
Indeed, and I don't think Lever wants to leave us, so we can still talk about the carpet too. Because I really,
I totally and wholeheartedly agree with you, Jasper. You have never said anything nice about me, you know?
Welcome to Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. I'm one Grandmaster Dina Belenkaya, and it is a privilege to be hosting this show today together with Grandmaster Aman Hambleton. And today we have a Sunday knockout, week 5. Aman, it is my pleasure. How are you doing?
Hey, Dina, great to be here. I'm a noob here for the RCC, so glad to have some experience in the commentary booth, such as yourself, but excited to get into some knockout matches today.
Yay, and I am so excited to be the experienced one among us too. Speaking of, let us have a look at the Grand Prix format. What do we have today? So as always, we have these Grand Prix points graded throughout all the 26-week season events. And according to the performance in each weekly event, which is, by the way, Sunday today, players get points, and final season scores are based on the highest scoring of 13 weeks, which is only half of the path that is obligatory to be able to participate in the grand finale. And top 12 players qualify for the finals. Let's go for the Sunday knockout format, the one that we have today. So surprisingly, Aman, the time control is different, and I have no idea why it is so, but this is really curious. Yesterday we had. Though.
I like it. I like the increment. It means we're gonna get some more serious chess today, and it's kind of similar to those titled Tuesday versus Arena Kings. One you can flag dirty, and the other one it's more serious chess.
Oh yeah, and I'm surprised to hear you saying that, because I thought that Chessbra were the most experienced flag grubbers, and 10+2 is definitely the time control where you can see the serious shift, the one that I usually love. But anyway, this is the format. You can see it on the screens. And now let's jump to the eligibility of this Grand Prix. As we have all players ranked within FIDE's top 100 list by January 2021. We have top 10 women, top 10 juniors, and 10 wildcards. Aman, tell us about the Grand Prix points.
Yeah, well, the thing with this system and this format that is so rewarding is obviously, first place, you can see there 10 points, big difference from even second or third. And every week the players compete to try to collect obviously as many points as possible. And they do that so that you'll see these, the leaderboard basically here. This gives you an idea how many points the players have collected. And there's that cutoff line. Very important that only the players in the top half of that graphic you see right there will actually qualify onwards. So Dina, they're here to collect as many points as possible. And right now we have the top 8 places up for grabs in this knockout.
Oh yeah, and we do have very exciting matchups for today. We're gonna be having one of the best. Fabiano Caruana Hikaru Nakamura, we've got Levon Aronian, so many of them. And our first match is going to be by the way of Levon Aronian versus Anton Demchenko. But we will make sure to speak about more of this later on. Now it's time to introduce you our sponsor, the Coinbase, which actually brings you the Rapid Chess Championship. And whether you are looking to make your first crypto purchase or you're an experienced trader, Coinbase has you covered. Earn crypto by learning about crypto with Coinbase Earn, explore DeFi and Web3 with Coinbase Wallet. Get exclusive rewards when you spend with Coinbase Card and much more. Learn more at coinbase.com/chess. This is very important. And get $10 in Bitcoin when you sign up and verify your account. Aman, by saying that, we're about to take a very short break and be right back with the games that will start very shortly. And welcome back to Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We're ready to start. We have Levon Aronian facing Tom Demchenko. This is going to be our very first matchup for the day. Aman, who do you think is the favorite in this match?
Well, I have the privilege, Dina, of watching our extremely hype video. And I saw Aronian there being interviewed, which means he must have won before. So I'm going to use that evidence to say I think Aronian's probably the favorite in this one.
Oh, yeah. And something tells me that there are several factors putting him on this spot. But either way, you know, sometimes it is way more exciting to be an underdog because you have nothing to lose.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And the thing about rapid chess, it's that weird middle ground where, you know, in blitz and in bullet chess, the players can kind of play some sloppy kind of openings. And anything longer than rapid, you're getting into serious, you know, theory and preparation. But rapid's in that special area where you often see players can really surprise top players in the world with interesting preparation and kind of like dubious lines that might work out. It's only 10 minutes after all.
Oh, yeah. And very shortly it becomes way more of a blitz time control. So yeah, in Rapid and in Blitz, there's always good strategies to play active. But on this level, it's way more complicated than just some general rules.
Yeah. These, it's not that simple, so to speak. But yeah, 10 minutes with 2-second increment. I think Pro Chess League, let's say, was more 15 minutes plus 2. So I think most people will find the 10-minute games just a little bit faster in terms of rapid chess. Sometimes rapid can even be like 20, 25 minutes per side in some FIDE events. So it is pretty quick. And I think the clock is still a huge factor. Remember, 2 seconds is not a lot of time to live off of.
Yeah. Do you have any plans to see some flagging here as well, losing on time?
I hope things get messy. I've seen some of the highlights as the game has just started here, but I've seen some of the highlights. I know that things can get wild with only 2 seconds increments. So I'm always excited to see the potential blunders from strong players.
And speaking of, as far as I can see, the game has already started. Looks like we have some kind of, and I'm not even sure I can name this opening. Catalan?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's one of those weird kind of openings that I think after a move like e4 by white will just maybe transpose into just a variation of maybe King's Indian. So Levon can definitely choose at some point to maybe play pawn to e4. But he's gone h3, and at the moment, he's not committing his e-pawn. So maybe he's going to leave it at home and just go b3, bishop b2.
Yeah, and then putting some opponents to the g7 bishop, which is supposed to be the strongest piece of black, and all those King's Indian and kind of structures.
Right. And Demchenko's also not really deciding either. Both sides are very okay to have each other capture. And, I always say I think this is one of the things that players at the lower ratings struggle with is maintaining tension. Like when pawns can attack each other, you see players just take immediately. First thing, they're so excited to capture something that their opponent has. But the strong players, you see them both happy to just let the tension sit.
Oh, yeah. And we have just seen the e4, the one that you expected. And now we're way closer to the to some tabias of King's Indian.
Yep. Yeah, totally agree. These kind of positions are really typical. Of course, after e takes d4 as well, black's dark square bishop. You mentioned how it's pretty much the most important piece for either side. And now it's got a great diagonal, wide open, and both sides just completing development here.
Yeah, and I really like the knight on c5 together with the pawn on a5 controlling the b4 square. And it looks like it's definitely not an outpost because an outpost should be on the open file, but it is a nice knight on the perfect square attacking the central e4 pawn. And I already imagined the bishop d7 coming to c6 in some nearest future. And that would be really nice in case of knight takes c6, pawn takes c6, the d5 square would be controlled. And I'm not sure that this is in the interest of white, although they would have two bishops, could be also nice. Position is open. Anyway, we have just seen queen d2.
Yeah, I think at this point, Levon has kind of simple moves to play. I think whenever you face a fianchettoed bishop, one of the most standard plans, even if you're not actually going to exchange the bishop, is just to put your bishop and queen on a battery like this, bishop f4, queen d2. And so you always have the option of bishop h6. And that doesn't necessarily mean he's going to do it, but it's usually pretty standard to set your pieces up like that. And of course, making way for, let's say, rook from a1 to make its way to d1 or c1 in the center on the next move.
Yeah, and if black goes with the same idea of queen c8, then white always has this really nice king h2, the h3 square and pawn are protected. So life is good here for white.
Yeah, king h2, like you mentioned, it's nice to play when black plays queen c8, but if white just needs a move, it's always nice to play king h2. It's just one of those moves that feels good to play. So I think for white, it's a pretty comfortable position so far. He's been playing it relatively quickly, and just like most openings, Dina, white has a slight edge. Surprise, surprise.
Oh, yeah. This kind of position reminds me of those Philidor-ish structures, obviously with the bishop on a7, but sometimes, they go bishop f8 and then bishop g7. But, I always struggle in these positions because once I finish the development and we enter to the middle game, I don't know what is next. What is the plan? Yeah,
I mean, I think that's kind of the rule in chess in general. That's like the number one question when players are trying to improve, no matter what the position is. It's like, okay, great. I did all the opening moves. Pieces are on the best squares. Now what? And I think we'll get to dive into that in just a sec here. But black already has to make some decisions. Like, for example, your bishop c6 move makes way for other pieces, but knight takes c6 and maybe some kind of e5 move is always to be considered as well. So if not bishop c6 here, black can sometimes try to trade more pieces off the board with something more like knight e6, because you really, as black, if you can trade some pieces, it is kind of helpful. You look at the space. I mean, white has kind of got those c and e pawns, those Maroczy pawn structure. So if you can trade some pieces as black, you don't have as much space. It kind of helps the remaining pieces you have fit in your position a little bit better. Oh, yeah. Also, the Maroczy structure, you're calling it, usually we have this really nice move f3, protecting the e4, but unfortunately here, I'm not sure this is a good idea, at least at the first glance, because it would weaken a little bit the king with the g3 and the h3, although you tell me who's going to attack. Yeah, f3 is one of those moves that I would look at the move knight h5 after f3 as a little bit uncomfortable. Just because I'm not sure that we can end up saving our bishop. Like right here, the move knight h5 was even played by black immediately. So I think it would be even stronger after f3. But it's clear that both sides understand, hey, if a knight trades for the dark square bishop, like if black would go crazy and play bishop takes d4 next turn, terrible move. And the same thing for white. If he would just let the bishop sit on f4 and allow knight takes f4, same thing. Like both sides want to take that dark square bishop. It's just the most important piece on the board because you have these pawns on light squares. Yeah, and we have just seen bishop g5, which is pretty much the most logical move here. Oh, queen c8. Now I expect king h2 like a pre-move. I mean, yeah, in a way. King h2 is a great looking move here. g4 is the only other consideration, and it's been immediately played. g4. Someone is aggressive here. Yeah, I think you could even consider a move like f3 coming up soon, like just to really solidify everything and then go from there. Because a move like f4, let's say that white tries to just like go f4, f5, always very risky to go for something like that. So maybe he'll decide just go f3, keep things sort of slow and controlled. But it seems like Levon's playing with pace here, right? He's got the initiative, he's playing with tempo. Black's kind of playing queen c8, and the knight's taking a few moves. Even white's got some more space than before, so Levon's probably pretty comfy here. He's up 2 minutes on the clock as well. Yeah, and I really like this way of putting the pawn on g4 and saying that there is no danger for my king. Also, the f4, f5 might be indeed too ambitious because it would give the e5 square, the key square in this position, all these kinds of position. Right. And we have just seen knight e6 attacking both suggesting the knight trade and attacking the bishop on g5, giving away that bishop, as we already mentioned, is not an option. And we see bishop e3. Now, yeah, still pretty comfortable position for white. Also, I am not cheating, but the evaluation bar is just in front of my eyes. So I see it's going high, and I cannot stop myself from complimenting White's play. you know that you know there's something good there. After knight e6, I was wondering if there was something connected with like taking and playing knight d5, because the knight on f6 was also looking a bit shaky, and even still here after h5 by black, I'm not so sure. I mean, f3 can always be played if you just want like a sort of really solid move, and you don't really want to calculate much else. But usually after h5, g5 gets played, and it has, and probably now h4 looks pretty reasonable.
Oh yeah, and finally you give more life to your bishop, although it's also pretty safe here. But I really like the fact that the knight on h7 is completely out of the game. It does have the square on f8, but black is so passive and all the pieces are so like they're just too much at the same place at the same time.
Right, yeah, they're all trying to do the same thing basically. And essentially if black doesn't get f6 in, you kind of wonder what he's going to do, because yeah, you can trade everything. Like, let's say everybody captures here. Probably, you might think about knight f8 to get into e6 back into the game, but all of a sudden comes knight d5, and this is exactly what black does not want to see.
Oh no, absolutely not. Also on f6 suggested by you just before, I would expect white to do something like king h1 and then rook g1 and then rook takes g8, and you say it's illegal, but I don't care.
Yeah, f6 is definitely asking for a lot of trouble, whether it's on the diagonal to the king or on the g file, which looks like it would become open after that. So I wonder how to play this with black, but I imagine you could probably consider taking everything and maybe going something like bishop c6. So let's say trade everything, because trades should still be decent for black. At the end of the day, lacks space. Maybe bishop c6 opens up the queen for queen g4, which makes, I think, starts to make a decently serious threat of queen takes h4 and the g pawn falls. And it also covers the d5 square. So let's say a knight would jump in, maybe you could take it, and meanwhile your knight on h7 is still watching the f6 square.
Yeah, and here I would suggest something like f3, king h2, and then bishop h3 and knight d5, and saying, I mean, probably f3, king h2, knight d5, and then with the idea of bishop h3, you would perhaps give away your bishop, and then I would compare my bishop to your knight and make some conclusions.
Definitely, yeah. And if white ever plays knight d5 in these positions, I think as sort of a general thing, if the knight ever gets captured, I think most of the time white is looking to play c takes d5 and then maybe bring a rook to the c file, and that pawn on c7 would all of a sudden become a weakness on a wide open c file, and playing c6, white's happy to take that, and it continues to be weak. So definitely Levon looks like he's in the driver's seat. Nothing crazy yet. As Anton, you're not lost or anything, but remember, this is rapid chess. There's only 10 minutes on the clock to start. His time's ticking. He's now down 4 minutes, Dina, and that's exactly why the advantage, I think, is getting more serious. It's not because it's like a lost position, but you combine that with the time, and I think it's starting to get pretty scary.
Oh yeah, and Aman, I've never understood the strategy of playing, now I will call this opening so to be dubious. Also, it's a pretty subjective evaluation, but playing so to be dubious lines against such high-level players as Levon, isn't that a mistake from the very beginning?
Yeah, it's a tough situation, because sometimes, when you're with the black pieces, you just want to play solid game, but it's really easy to underestimate a position where the engine might be like, yeah, okay, it's slightly better for white, no big deal. But when suddenly you're playing against that really strong player and don't have the engine with you anymore, you start to overthink things. You spend like minute here, minute there. All of a sudden, there's 4 minutes difference between you and your opponent, and you don't like your position at all. So I definitely agree with you, but it's one of those things that just happens. That's the power of being a strong player. You intimidate people, you get to play the position a lot faster, and I think Levon is probably pretty happy with how things have turned out.
Yeah, so you mean it doesn't matter if the position is objectively equal or objectively better for white when you face someone like Levon? It will anyway be decided according to your state of physical state at the day itself.
Yeah, it comes down to how you play the position. And I think that's why in rapid chess, a lot of players, especially the strongest ones, Magnus is a great example, they don't feel the need to play the most top level theoretical lines, because they say, okay, look, if if I'm the better player, then I'll be able to outplay my opponent from a given position. So I think that's sort of the mentality that they have.
Oh yeah, and we have just seen something that we haven't discussed, which is f4 immediately. Also nice, taking the center, and it shows us that here white can play anything: queen g4, queen f2. Everything is protected, and now yes, thank you, my dear king h2 finally in action. Ooh, there have been some changes. Does it give some extra hope to black? Probably not, because of this poor knight on h7, as you show absolutely zero moves. Also queen coming to d4. Seems like it's a party time for white.
Yeah, and this is one of those lines where, I mean, you say that it gives no hope to black, but it's cruel, because I think when you're calculating this line as black, you see, oh, I have queen g4, I'm hitting the pawn, then I have f6, then I have rook f8, right? And black's all of a sudden making 1, 2, 3 threats in a row. And white just calmly defends everything, and the tables are about to turn. Bishop h3 is about to win the queen. So, I mean, all of a sudden black has to react to that, and this knight takes g5, which maybe he was counting on, just fails tactically to queen d4, getting out of the pin. Now the pawn can just take back. So it looked like black was actually maybe getting the initiative, making some threats, but there's nothing more deflating than at the end of all that, you realize your opponent had it all worked out.
Oh yeah, and now we see that queen has just retreated on e6, and yeah, seems like Levon has got everything out of this position. Queen d4, bishop h3 incoming, maybe f5. Here we do not care anymore about giving the e5 square. I mean, obviously somewhere like king, like avoid the check, of course, but either way, seems like it just goes Levon's way, and
Definitely.
okay, rook f7.
Yeah, no, this is this looks like a big issue. This position right here. Wouldn't surprise me to see, I mean, for example, queen d4 check followed by bishop h3 looks like a fantastic start, because you watch the e-pawn with your queen. Yeah, force the queen back to e8. Everything is just rolling here. You could even go something as simple as bring rook to e1. Maybe look to play something like e5.
Yeah, e5, f5, whatever you prefer. Just calculate two moves in advance, as always. Make sure black doesn't swindle anything during the way. But okay, we see bishop d7, but that means ooh,
knight c7 definitely looks like a major issue with that move.
But you know, knight c7, there is queen c8, bishop takes d7. Oh no, it doesn't work. I was hoping for queen takes c7, but then you've got bishop e6. Boom.
Right. And I mean, regardless, let's say for some reason this knight takes rook isn't even good. By the way, I think he might resign here. But you can always go back, knight d5.
Knight e5, yeah, going back, and even if you, sometimes, you know, in this positions, knight may be even stronger than the rook, but it's only a matter of taste.
Yep. And well, if you weren't going to resign on the last move, I think it's pretty fair to resign here, actually, because no matter what, you're going to be losing some rook somewhere, right?
Oh yeah. They say never resign in a sub battle, but that does not refer to a serious game between such opponents, because here it's already about respecting your opponent.
Yeah, this is completely dead. There's not even a single threat. Yeah, there's just nothing.
Yeah.
Queen to h3 is actually maybe the nicest move next, because it 100% forces the queens to disappear, even at the cost of a pawn.
Right, and that is a win. It seems like it's such an easy win, almost absolutely no resistance. I almost feel pity for Demchenko. What do you feel, Aman?
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was a one-sided game. There's no other way to put it. That essentially what happened was it was totally reasonable opening from both sides, but Levon it was like a masterclass in terms of he never did anything too special. You look back on this game, what did Levon do? Like, really, he just kind of sat there, and it was actually Demchenko's moves that kind of undid him. Like, it felt like he did it to himself. So, I mean, Aronian really just played a simple game, no blunders, stayed solid, and he was able to play moves a lot quicker. So he got a really big time advantage. And honestly, Demchenko, just small mistake, when you're playing a strong player like Aronian, Dina, those small mistakes, they add up to a massive, massive advantage. As you see here, ended up a rook.
Oh yeah. And Levon is definitely looking for some blood after that last finals at the FIDE Grand Prix when he lost to Hikaru. And he has been showing extreme confidence, and we will soon see him again in the second phase of today's knockouts. But before that, we do have a next match incoming, which is Wesley So versus Daniel Dubov, and someone is gonna be also the strongest here, as always, when it goes to knockouts. But as far as for now, I assume, Amanda, it is time for us to take a short break.
Yep, absolutely. I think that's the plan, guys. So stick with us. This was definitely, I mean, this was an encouraging start to the day. We've already seen some blood on the board. So I think the rest of the matches should not be a disappointment. So Dina and I will head to a break. This is the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase.
Would you like to work as an esports producer for the #1 chess site in the world? Chess.com is looking for a top-notch producer to join our talented and passionate team. Work remotely producing live streams of the biggest chess events and help shape the landscape of online chess entertainment. Go to chess.com/jobs now to learn more about this opportunity. And by saying that, I am thrilled to welcome you back to Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Let's take a look at the brackets. Who do we have here, Aman?
Yeah, well, welcome back, guys. We just saw the first match, which I'll admit was brief. You know, it was shorter than expected. That's what happens when you have the format where it's just a single rapid game. Of course, the higher seeded player based on the Swiss is the one who gets the white pieces, but it can end in just a single rapid game. Of course, it can also go the distance, tie breaks into blitz, into bullet, into Armageddon. But yeah, we just have a single game so far. I think that in this match coming up, it's going to be a very competitive match, and I think it will be more competitive than the first one that we saw, Dina.
Oh yeah, Daniel Dubov is one of the most creative players, and even though Wesley So is a favorite here by rating and achievements, we don't know what is gonna happen in this game, and I'm pretty sure Daniel will make us enjoy this game.
Yeah, I agree with that assessment, that he's just one of those players that no matter what happens in the game, is usually pretty exciting to watch. And Wesley is just, I mean, I don't have enough good things to say about him in these formats, especially Grand Prix of any sort. Like, he's just such a solid player overall, and you never feel like he really has an off day. He's just so strong.
Oh yeah. Right, so the game is about to start soon, and well, we see already the players on the cameras. I mean, me and the man, our viewers will be able to see them soon as well.
That's good. Yeah. Tease them. Let them know what we can see and they can't.
Yeah. Speaking of teasing, I see that Danya has a new haircut. I desperately hope that will bring him some extra force in this game today as well.
Yeah, that's. I think we've seen the new hair. The last new haircut I remember was Hans Niemann, who shaved all his hair off. So we'll see if this one helps.
Oh yeah. So we have E4. That is the best move ever. Sicilian, open Sicilian. That is not my cup of tea. Bishop D3. Is that going to be a Khan variation?
Yeah, it looks like it. I wonder, are we going to see Bishop A7? And this is one of those slightly offbeat lines. Wesley is definitely not going to be super surprised by Bishop A7. But if you start to see that eval bar creep like just a little bit higher than you're used to in the opening, just know that Bishop C5 to A7 is definitely a sideline in the Khan, not one of the main lines. And that's kind of what you get in rapid chess. Why I find it so exciting, Dina, is you don't always just see the top line every single time.
Oh yeah, and I have to admit I have never seen that before. So Ahmad, explain please to me and our dear audience, what is the idea behind this maneuver?
Well, a lot of times in the Khan, you know, the way it gets played is a little bit more like a hedgehog. So you go Queen C7, your bishop would actually be back on E7, and then maybe D6, B6, Bishop B7, and sort of develop a lot more slowly. And again, we have a pawn structure that we've seen before, Maroczy style, right? E4 and C4 pawns. But Bishop to A7, White usually has to put a bishop on E3 to oppose it, and Black does something a little bit different. He plays Knight E7, and that gives him an immediate option for one of two things. In this game, Dubov has decided with D5, but sometimes, let's say on the last move, there's even some ideas to go with F5 to try to use the fact that Knight's on E7 and not F6. So there's a few different ways to play it. Like I said, we'll focus on D5 because obviously that's what he's gone with. But Dina, I think this position right now is simplifying a lot right out of the opening.
Yeah, and look at us who were hoping to get something exciting, and we're already approaching the symmetrical position, and also, yeah, well, okay, hopefully we'll get something fun as well. Look at the evaluation bar. What's wrong? Why is it rising so rapidly?
Well, I think that it might have been interested in this because you know I'll now go into what line I think the players are focusing on, but I believe that this is the case right here. Throwing in this move, hitting the bishop and the knight. You don't have to take that bishop on a7 straight away. That's what the computer was looking for. But after rook takes, I think it's saying, look, after pawn takes on d5, the computer allows knight d5, and all of a sudden the rook swings to d1. And I think there's some very sneaky ideas like knight takes here, maybe bishop takes h7, and hey, save your queen before capturing this one with queen h5 check, and maybe taking this guy. So something like that to win the queen all of a sudden.
Yeah, that would be a very unpleasant thing. And you know, Armand, I'm very surprised to see such a nice advantage for white, when normally at the first glance you see the king on e1, the queen on e2, and you think that there is some problem here. White is running late on development, and they have both of their pieces in the same line, the X-ray coming soon, but okay, it's chess. Sometimes it is pretty concrete.
Yeah, exactly. That's a great way to say it, because I think a lot of people would look at this and sort of the radar would be going off that, wait a minute, black's playing knight takes d5 and rook e8 is a threat, knight f4 is an idea, knight takes c3. There's so many things for black, but you're telling me that white is actually the one with the serious advantage here? It's kind of counterintuitive, and those are often the positions where a grandmaster might somehow get the wrong idea, like Dubov, for example, right? He's probably thinking, wow, this looks natural and strong for me, like all those things that I see in the position, these are all normally good for black, but actually there might be just a concrete line, just raw calculation. And if there's a guy in the world of chess, Dina, who's going to find the concrete line and find it almost every time, it's Wesley So.
Oh no. You know, it's funny because I would easily imagine here Dubov being as white pieces, but seems like both of them are extremely creative, and unfortunately for Daniel Dubov here, it is Wesley who is with white pieces. We see already the position that we mentioned before with rook d1 on the board, and now Daniel is thinking,
I think he's probably calculating, you know, the most obvious looking move on the board. Like, hang on a sec, why isn't rook e8 just, you know, winning the whole house? And again, this is one of those positions that I look at and my instinct is like, yeah, this looks so weird for white. But after a move like bishop e4, it's actually white who's unleashing all the pressure on the position.
Yeah, this is funny. So you were pinning even more pieces of yours, but you're at the same time you're getting pinned and pinning your opponent, but it works in your way.
It's confusing to even speak about. But one thing I will say that is causing all these tactics to work for white is, although we all understand, like, hey, all these open lines, like queen and king on the same file, king still in the middle, these are all things that we understand, like, hey, that doesn't feel right for white. But let's make sure we flip and look at black's position. What doesn't feel right for black? It's the rook on a7. That rook is always on a8. And believe me, there's a lot of variations here that are working for white because that rook's on a7. So if that rook was on a8, there would definitely be some lines where the rook is protecting the other rook on e8, and all of a sudden this position is probably very good for black. So that rook is important on a7.
Do you think it's just a matter of one single piece being misplaced that black is totally getting itself in the wrong direction?
I seriously think so. Like, I feel like if this rook was on a8 in this position, that there would definitely be some lines that that work out. Like, it really can be that unfortunate in chess, just one single piece, because the rook on a7 does look very weird, and it's unusual this early in a chess game to not have your two rooks defend each other, or at least be, let's say, on the same first or eighth rank.
Oh yeah, and also this bishop on c8. Funny enough, it is now the matter of white having all their pieces developed apart from their king, while black having not developed his queen side is actually the key factor here.
Mm-hmm. Yep, 100%. And after rook d1, Dubov's thinking a lot here because, number one, he immediately sees rook e8, bishop e4, probably doesn't like it. There's so much pressure on the knight on d5, you know, something like this. It's just hard to even make a move. Knight takes c3. You might be thinking you're hitting that queen, but remember, after rook takes d8, you're threatening rook takes e8, checkmate in one as well. So you just don't get to win a queen as well.
Do you think it is a matter of a better preparation from the early beginning for Vasily, like having studied this line 1 or 2 moves deeper?
I definitely would make a guess here that although I think Wesley can find this move over the board if he's never seen the position, I would guess that he's seen it before. I would guess that, you know, in this line, basically, you could probably get to this position in your preparation. And it doesn't mean he prepared it for this match, but he just would prepare this line in general as he studies chess. I think it's really easy to understand, like, yeah, you could get to this position. White always plays bishop e3. Black always develops like this. This is pretty normal. And then you might be like, when you're preparing, you might play knight c3 and say, wait a minute, what if my opponent does d5? That looks like a scary move that opens things up. Let me analyze that. And then I'm sure it's not crazy to have this position on your board at some point while you're studying.
Oh yeah, and I can guarantee everybody that in chess, it usually works like this. You never guess the opening that you will have tomorrow, but the opening that you study today will definitely pay off the day after tomorrow.
Exactly. Yeah, that's you know, everyone prepares for their opponents when they know them in a chess tournament, but a lot of times what happens is the stuff that you end up playing is stuff that you're trying to remember. You're like, wait a minute, I studied this 4 years ago when I prepared for someone else and it never happened. Now I got to remember it as best I can because it might pay off.
Yeah, I would probably say like the previous tournament, because 4 years sometimes may be too much, but okay, especially when you're a streamer and kind of retired from professional chess.
Yeah,
but
exactly. Yeah, my theory, I try to remember it. It's about a decade old by now, and it doesn't work like it used to.
Yeah, but it is a matter of obviously of a memory, which is pretty personal. But either way, right? So we've got Daniel Dubov, and he's still thinking 3 minutes versus 8. Something tells me that we are about to witness the exact same scenario that we had just before.
Yeah, it's really possible. Like the reason why this is so shocking, and you know, a lot of players might be like, "Wow, like I don't understand. How can a player as strong as Dubov be in so much trouble?" Let's say, but like I said, it really is just that one area that I think really, really strong players can still make mistakes in, and it's those positions which feel, based on our instincts, like they should be good for us, but there's that concrete, calculated variation, just that one variation that works against it. And that's, I think, what's happened here. He's gone for the move g6, which stops bishop takes h7 in a lot of lines. So I think this is a pretty reasonable try. He went and calculated everything, and he's gone g6. I think this is reasonable. What do you think of the move bishop takes g6, Dina?
Oh, wow, what a nice try. Sounds tasty. And after let's say pawn takes, h takes g6, we've got knight takes d5. It seems like one direction, but you do have this rook e8, but there is knight e3, and I'm not sure I have an easy solution. Maybe it's about bishop g6, rook e8. Is that the plan?
This still looks good for white. Even after this, you have to make sure we don't play the bad move queen takes e8, because that would be check. But knight f6 is also a nice way to just win this position even more. So yeah, that would be pretty bad for black. And you were saying rook e8's another one, right? To do this. But I guess the funny thing about this is there's so many moves that you could be playing. But remember, if black played rook e8 on the last move, we were going to play bishop e4. And now we can do the same thing, but the guy's missing a g-pawn. This has to be amazing.
Right, and look at the position that we have live. It is bishop takes g6, and after that we've got h takes g6. Now Wesley is thinking knight takes d5. Yeah, he's just made it. And what was the point behind it? It looks to me that Dania has just given away the pawn without any game. What was the plan?
No, I think that, well, honestly speaking, I think after rook d1, the position was just bad. I mean, that's just plain and simple. So Dubov actually played one of the best moves according to the engine, g6. And when the best move is to give up a pawn, first of all, it's really tough to do that as a chess player, to sort of admit, like, only 15 moves into the game that you just have to give up a whole pawn for free, no real compensation. But credit to him, he made the right decision. And now after knight takes d5, he's just got to play from behind here. He's definitely not completely lost or anything like that, but he is very far behind. And Wesley is one of those guys. If he has a 4.5 minute time advantage and an extra pawn, I feel like most of the time he's going to convert those.
Oh yeah, and now we understand the idea behind was simply perhaps to save the queen, because bishop takes h7 was always in the air. So by playing g6, Daniel has just guaranteed himself to have a safe queen, and that queen has just been moved to g5. Now, there are some hopes with bishop h3, like some dirty tricks, but obviously Wesley would not miss mate in one for sure.
No, probably not. And yeah, there's also always moves. Wow, he's gone f4. That's a very committal move, forcing, well, more or less forcing the queen back to d8, it looks like, because I think, funny enough, let's say a move like queen f5 happened. In this position, you can actually play g4, and your queen doesn't have a single square to move to, and if you capture, you end up losing the bishop to a nice fork there.
Oh no, trapping the queen in the middle of the board. This is so beautiful.
All right, queen f3 was just played by Wesley.
Yeah,
and I think you almost have to take this knight. I mean, my goodness. I don't know how you play the game dealing with this knight on d5.
Yeah, you give away the bishop, and then you try to reanimate your rook on a7, give it some second life, if there is any like this.
Yeah, there's a few ways to do it, but none of them look that great. I mean, b5, trying to get it to d7, or just, rook a8, basically. And I was a little concerned about the move b5 because, number one, the queen's hitting the knight on c6, like an x-ray there. And there's also, of course, this knight, right? It can move anywhere on the board and threaten the queen. So it's always a little scary, that's all.
I really love the move f5, but did you see how the bar reacted to it? It was somehow criticizing it, but it did work on practice, because the bishop takes f5 was also an mistake, imperfection, and now it seems like totally winning for white.
I think we're going to see just resignation here. That was not the way to recapture that pawn. So you saw the eval bar go insane right there. And it's because, pawn takes, of course, the king is pretty much getting mated, but the engine wanted bishop takes d5.
Oh,
Get rid of
natural.
that scary knight.
Yeah, the strongest piece, and you were like somehow asked for it. And Aman, we were hoping to have a longer game, but at the end of the day, something tells me that we are going to have even a shorter game.
Wow. Yeah, I think it honestly was a shorter game. Now, guys, I mean, after queen c3, the reason why Dubov's resigning, that the eval bar also confirms that, but there's not a single way to defend the knight and also deal with knight f6 check, because knight f6 check, the king is forced to go to one of those two squares, and number one, your queen's being attacked, so you have to watch for that. But also, the knight could then move to pretty much anywhere on the board, and there would inevitably be a checkmate to follow, or heavy loss of material. So that is a crushing finish, honestly, Dina. That's both games we've just seen are really one-sided between top players in the world.
Oh yeah, and me who never plays Open Sicilian, it does inspire. It does show you some ideas, and maybe our viewers will be even able to try it. Although now seeing this, I do recall that there was this bishop c5, bishop a7, which is also pretty unusual way of putting it. So maybe it's that sort of refutation of that.
Yeah, like a
dubious line again.
That's this move right here. So what I was saying earlier was that, a lot of the times what they do is they go like bishop c5, and then let's say bishop back to e7. And then, the game can continue. Let's say I play kind of the same moves that Wesley did. Knight c3, let's say something like queen c7, e6. And, the goal is sort of to develop the pieces more like this.
Yeah, the normal hedgehog, the one that I struggle with the same issues when you put everything perfectly with white and then you didn't know what to do next. But that's another story.
Right. Yeah. So this is kind of like, let's say, the main line. A lot of times it looks like this. There's definitely some more critical things white can play. I just decided to put Wesley's setup just to show everyone how it might look. But what ended up happening in the game, which is a little bit different, is bishop a7. And now I think if you played like the exact same way, or let's say you didn't trade these bishops, black is going to have really nice pressure there because the king is going to castle. So that's why Wesley immediately traded it off. And yeah, here he just went for d5. It looked fine, but what was the key move, Dina? I think he was not playing pawn takes c4, if you remember this moment. This one would have really kept the balance and I think been quite okay for Dubov.
So seems like someone has just got a lesson on how to improve their line in the opening,
go,
and
yeah.
maybe it will be a good lesson for Dania, who is going to play soon in yet another Grand Prix in Berlin, where I'll be as well, and I'll make sure to ask him about this game on one of the interviews.
Yeah, I'm sure it won't be a great memory of his. However, when you lose a game like pretty quickly, it usually means that you can probably learn the most from it, because there's probably a moment where you made a pretty serious mistake. And unfortunately, this move, rook d1, was just so strong. Like I said, I think Wesley can find these moves. He has done before, but I also suspect that he probably saw this at home. And we see after this move, what did he spend? Like probably 6 minutes or something on g6. So he was already in big trouble here.
Oh yeah. Right, and that leaves us with being ready for our third matchup for today, which might be one of the most exciting for our viewers. What is the reason for that, Aman?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just that that guy Nakamura. He's kind of like one of the best to ever play online, especially in these quick time controls. So that might have something to do with it.
Oh yeah, and there is also the French-based MVL, my sparring partner in ping pong. I am thrilled to be witnessing that game, and I really hope it is gonna be a long one compared to the first two.
Well, we'll see. Right now we're on a streak of the player with the white pieces just crushing in both games, Dina. So I'm very excited to see. Are we gonna just get another one just like that? Because again, the players are getting, stronger and stronger. These are heavyweights. I mean, MVL against Naka, if we see a one-sided game like this, again, I'll be very surprised.
No way. We will not make that happen. I'm pretty sure MVL is watching our stream and, writes down the rules and making the best conclusions out of it. Either way, that means that we are taking a very short break, man, and getting right back to you guys very shortly.
Yeah, sounds good. We'll be right back, guys. This is the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Back after this.
This is going to be a real-time breakdown of Danny Wrench's games all time on chess.com.
That's cool. Oh! In the last month, I am playing 83.12.
I'm less accurate than them in every stage.
Yeah.
Man, that stings a little
You
bit.
should
Okay.
do the more game review.
Okay. Yeah, thanks a lot. Okay, so
Tuesday sucks. I gotta stop playing chess on Tuesday. Oh, it's because it's Title Tuesday.
Look how many blunders there were back in December 2020. And now December 2021, 1,600. Don't look at this number. look at this number. Best.
Let's go to tactics. Mates. I'll probably need to work on these ones. Yep.
Every single rook fork that has presented itself to me, I have found. No one has a higher percentage of rook forks than I do. Yes, correct.
These are literally the knight forks that you missed.
I missed knight d6?
You saw it just now.
What the is wrong with me?
I could have done here and then taken this pawn, and I'm winning because my pawns get held together. That's probably the coolest part about this feature.
Like these positions against Hess. Rook there for rook e2. And he blunders mid and one. Oh my goodness. I'm awful.
And welcome back to Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Dina Belenkaya, Aman Hambleton, and yet here we are with the third matchup for the day, quarterfinals. Hikaru Nakamura facing Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And now on our screens, we see the whole bracket. All right, Aman, who do you think is going to win this one?
Yeah, I mean, Dina, definitely excited for this one. I think of the four matchups, I mean, we'll definitely have some exciting ones in the next round of this knockout. But in the first round, I think it's fair to say that this one is the most exciting. Hikaru Nakamura, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. I mean, it's hard not to have Hikaru as the favorite almost every time he plays a game of chess, right? That's just how good he is. But MVL is, like a perfect opponent. These guys are both just elite players, so not a lot separates these two when it comes to rapid chess.
Oh, yeah. And let us not forget that we have a very huge French-speaking online community as well. I am sure that Blitzstream is now live, fully rooting for MVL and would not agree with you. But either way, everybody is excited about this match. And I absolutely agree with you that this might be one of the most exciting, at least for the audience, for sure. Now on our screens, we do see the leaderboard. Oh, and seems like the game is about to start.
Yeah, we've got the game. This is nice.
Ooh, Knight F3.
I thought we would see maybe a B3 thing from Hikaru. He likes to do this, right? Sometimes he starts the game with B3, and in this case, he sort of went for Knight F3 and then went for B3. He loves to include this in his games, and it's one of those things that he's so good at playing, and it's just like, feels like such a simple sideline or not a big deal, but he turns this into like an opening advantage way too often.
And I see it as, you know, some kind of a psychological trick. You are playing against the Lion Beast and you are using the Beast 1b3 chessable course. Isn't that cheating?
Yeah, that's I'm not sure who that favors, you know?
Oh yeah, that is also a good question. All right, now we do have some kind of a Sicilian structure soon if we imagine the e3 coming to e4.
Yeah, I was wondering if MVL was really thinking about d takes c6 there, which looked kind of unnecessary, to say the least. And yeah, of course, b takes gets played. And I mean, it looks like kind of simple development for Hikaru, if I had to say. But for MVL, I'm thinking, look, we got out of the opening and we're completely fine, right? Like, there's no question about whether or not MVL has equalized here. I think he's done very well. There's a few different ways you could play. I think d6, c5, bishop b7 makes a lot of sense. But it looks like for the moment, he's going to leave that pawn on c6 and keep controlling, you know, all the squares in the center right now.
Yeah, and it just occurred to me that how unequal these players are. MVL being in full concentration mode, and Hikaru is always streaming and commentating his game. Yeah, how does he do that all the time, winning the events here and there when facing opponents, being totally focused?
It kind of depends on the player. I know for myself, like, some of my absolute best chess events, and I'm talking about like serious over the board events, they've always happened when I haven't really prepared for the event at all. And I'm just kind of enjoying myself. I'm feeling good. I'm like, you know, sleeping well, eating well, having fun. Like that, you know, that's just my most comfortable mentality. And for Hikaru, like, he's obviously been very comfortable streaming his perspective. And I think that's just his zone. So yeah, he's really good at it.
Wow, very, very impressive and inspiring in a way, you know, Aman. Right, could you please explain to me what this rook on c1 is doing in front of two pawns? Is there any future for her?
I'm not sure about the rook on c1, but it dreams of having a view of the queen on c7. Not sure it's ever going to make it there. The move c5, big fan of that move from MVL. I think black is doing well here. The move a4, I'm looking at next, because if this knight was on c3, I don't think MVL would ever consider the move c5. But because the knight's on d2, there's no easy access to b5, and there's no easy way to stop the move a4 unless you do it yourself, pawn a4. So I imagine that's the next move.
So you were telling me that the strongest move in that position instead of bishop c3 would be knight b1 with the idea of knight c3.
Hey, I'm just saying, it wouldn't be crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Wouldn't be crazy.
No longer possible now. Bishop on c3. Do we expect a4 anytime soon?
I would play it right now. And I would, I mean, there are a lot of other moves. Look, bishop b7 is not going to be a bad move here, of course. But I still think the move a4 is something I would throw in immediately because, at some point, I really do think that white can play the move a4. And he's played it right now. And this is something, personally, I don't love for black. Like, I think it's still completely fine, but there's a long term of maybe a knight gets to b5 or that pawn on a5 can be targeted by the queen and the bishop. So I think MVL's position is completely fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with it, but my preference would be, let's say on the previous move, to play a4 and look to take that pawn so that black only has one pawn island.
Oh, wow. Yeah, there would be a clear weakness on b3, indeed. Now, what do we have? Some trades of the black squared bishops.
Yeah.
Not sure whose favor it is right now, because there's no danger coming anytime soon for black king, and also the pawn structure, the bishop on e2 is not feeling good. Also, when you bring your knight to b5, I will just say, all right, I'll keep my queen on b7, and what do you want with your knight right there?
Right, and that's why I think this position is just really equal at the moment. White gets a nice square, black doesn't have to take it. These pawns are pretty much immobile over here, so the only break in the position that looks serious is going to be d5, so I'll have to watch out for that move. But hey, just a reminder, we did see that move knight b1. I said it wasn't that crazy, and Hikaru ended up going for it a few moves later, so he did get that knight to b5 somehow.
Bravo, Hikaru, well done.
Here we go, caught up to the game. Yeah, I think that this is the kind of position, though, that is starting to favor Hikaru just slightly, because it's not clear to me that d5 is ever going to be good for black. So if I had to guess here, I would say big chance that this is just totally equal draw. But if there's someone who can still play for something, I feel like it's probably white here.
And you're going to build that f3, e4 kind of barrier for the bishop on c6, and it has just happened.
Yeah, that's always a nice structure to have. And you don't always have to play e4 as well. Like, even right now, there's a lot of squares being covered by the pawns. They work well. Of course, doubling the rooks, let's say, on the d file is always going to be a good idea. Queen on c3. So I think we'll see Hikaru look to play this position pretty quickly. But realistically speaking, there's MVL shouldn't be losing this.
Yeah, and that is good news for us, because at least we're expecting a serious fight over there, and maybe even a blitz game if we're lucky enough.
Yeah, so if there's only one rapid game that gets played, so if it is a draw, then we won't be seeing the players play rapid anymore. They'll go into blitz, and then they'll go into more and more tie breaks, including bullet and Armageddon, all depending on if this result is a draw. And definitely looks equal, I can say that much.
Oh, yeah. Well, how about black tries to, outplay your opponent strategically, like the Levon style? You give that bishop on b7 for the knight on b5, and you say that according to the pawn structure, my knight is better than your bishop. Also, the position is not that open. Just as an idea, if you are looking to outplay your opponent strategically, it is easier to do it when there is this inequality. It's probably a different way for it, but either bishop or a knight, but not same kind of people.
100%. Yeah, no, any kind of imbalance will always make it a lot easier to play for win. So it really depends how much the players want to try to force something here, because to me looks totally equal. And if Hikaru maybe goes that route, or let's say MVL, if he plays bishop takes knight, yes, it probably gives both players more winning chances, but objectively, I think bishop takes b5 is probably good for white to see. So, you always have to ask yourself, am I willing to take that risk of, maybe giving my opponent more chances for myself to win? Because he also knows if he draws, that's totally fine. They're going to play another blitz game.
Oh, yeah. And, well, I was just about to say that how favorite Hikaru is, but now I recall that MVL is actually World Blitz champion. Hey, it's not just a title.
Yeah, that's an important thing to remember.
Oh, yeah. Sure. Right. So here I like this bishop d3 with the idea bishop b1, and then, okay, bishop c2, same thing. And then just go forward, f4, h4, h5, e5, and then, queen h7 mate one day.
Well, now actually, I think MVL is at the point where the next move is almost 100% going to be bishop takes b5, because if he doesn't, let's say f4, f5, any of these moves happen, I don't understand what the plan is, right? If the knight on e6 does not get to d4, and right now it can't, then this whole plan, this whole reroute, whole maneuver is just probably a bad idea, wasting a lot of time. So I'm really expecting now bishop takes b5 to be the play almost no matter what, and that's why Hikaru's brought the knight back. But that is surprising to me, because I think MVL's position just improved significantly.
Oh yeah, and you can see by Hikaru's face that he's not liking this outcome. Look at his eyebrows.
That's a good trick. So watch the eyebrows. Huh? That should give the evaluation.
Yeah, look how he's shaking his head. But either way, oh, draw? Wait, I was expecting more action here.
So that ended up being the quickest game of the day. How did that happen?
This is so creepy. I mean, shouldn't draw be banned in the rules of chess?
Well, I'm very surprised by the draw, by the way, from MVL, because I thought that he just achieved like the best position he's had in the entire game. And usually when that happens, you start to get more optimistic. It's like, okay, I've gone from equality to now actually I can play for something. Usually you want to try to go for more. So I was thinking maybe E6 to take the D5 square, or even just E5 and say, look, if I ever see that knight again, I might just take it off the board. Look how strong the knight on D4 is after E5. And maybe you can switch over rook F8 and try for F5.
Wow. But do you think he might have been worried of knights to E2, but now you're saying E5 and we just don't care if they take on D4 or not. It's going to be better either way for black. But what is the answer then? Oh, and they're already...
I think the answer is the engine definitely like black there, almost -1. So no question about that. But hey, this is a long match, right? The players know that there are more matches to come if things are tied. And someone like Hikaru, he's probably saying, look, I'm a damn good bullet player. I don't mind drawing this, maybe drawing the blitz game that comes after, and taking his chances in faster time controls.
Yeah, I would have a guess, Aman, something like Maxime did not expect it to be a 3 times repetition and was caught by surprise. But also he might be saying himself something like, hey, I'm a world champion. I don't care. I can play blitz.
But there's no question about that. I don't think either one of these players has a serious edge against the other in the fast time controls. They're just all also good. But definitely in that game, I think Hikaru was the happier player to make that draw, if I have to guess, just because I don't think he liked his position there at the end.
Yeah, that is no doubt. Right, and now getting back to the reality, we do have some blitz, and moreover, everything's changing. Oh no, the exchange, what's happening?
Yeah, this I mean, I basically have to kind of let it play out because there's no way for me to explain what's going on here that will make any sense to the chat, let alone myself. You're just witnessing some theory, guys, some pretty serious theory. I mean, if you can play the move queen takes f6 and with a straight face, let's say, then definitely there's something going on. So you're witnessing some top level stuff just to show exactly what happened. Knight f5. Hanging the rook on purpose.
Wow.
Knight takes d4, hitting the queen and threatening knight c2, and as well, queen takes f8 or king takes f8 is possible. And queen takes f6. Now, if you play queen takes f6, I'll just show this one really quickly. Rook e8 is actually all of a sudden going to be really good for white, right? And you're basically getting mated or losing the queen with bishop e7. So that would be a disaster, and we've actually seen a few more moves, so let's just catch up. So pawn takes queen, bishop e7, queen moves, bishop takes f6, and the knight moves back to stop checkmate in 1. And believe it or not, after everything we've seen here, white holds an advantage after sacking the queen for that bishop. I mean, Dina, what do you think about what's just happened? I mean, it's totally crazy line.
Yeah, I'm still trying to catch up with everything you've said. It's not so easy to follow, but yeah, this is so crazy. But Unreal is a very well-known tactician, if you call them that way. He's one of the strongest. I bet he has pretty much something like a record of solving puzzle rush in a shortest time control or something like this. And moves like queen f6 from Unreal, I am not getting surprised at all.
That's right. Yeah, it's once they're capable of stuff like that, it gets less and less surprising every time.
Oh yeah, but at least we're finally enjoying some action here.
Definitely. And remember, this is a 3+2 game, guys. So when you're in that time control, all of a sudden you start to take maybe some positions that you might not take in a 10-minute game. This is what I was mentioning at the beginning of the show, is that, hey, Dina, do you really think that we would see this queen sack in a 10-minute game or maybe in a classical game? Maybe not. But all of a sudden, you put 3 minutes on the clock, it becomes a lot more playable because there's just not a ton of time to figure everything out.
Oh, yeah, you're just doing it naturally, by instinct. That's how it goes. And also, Aman, it is pretty interesting, but because this blitz is not like the way that Hikaru is used to. It's 3+2. It is in the zone of Maxime. It is the FIDE, OTB blitz time control, and there is no flagging here. There is no dirty tricks and swindles. So I do think that Maxime is in favor, but I should probably start doing all those, basic evaluations and speculations, because it's just changing so rapidly. And see, the bar already shows black is better.
Yeah, no, it's one of those positions that you will definitely see the evaluation probably fluctuate a lot. And that's what an imbalance does. Like right now, if we count up the material, the pawns are actually even. And it really is just, let's say, a bishop and a rook for a queen. So black should be better if you just look at that, like if you just count the material. But the reason you see that eval bar just shift all the time is because it's really hard and harder for humans to play the best move every single time when you're dealing with positions that you just don't see too often in chess. Like the amount of times that Hikaru has played even material is, in the millions, but the amount of times he's played queen against bishop and rook is far less. So he has much less experience. So does MVL. And that's why you'll never see people play as accurately as more familiar positions.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Hikaru, even his Bodes Gambit speedrun would not help here because he's the one having the queen.
Yeah, that's right. It's a little easier to look at the other side of things.
Oh, yeah. Also, Amara, one thing I do want to show up is that the bishop is dark squared, and these are the weakest squares for black. So it might be also, that kind of a practical advantage, making things easier and making moves easier to find for Maxime.
And there's just been a draw offer by Hikaru. Now, in this position, bishop e7 can be played, but actually I think black would be really happy to see that. All of a sudden, there's bishop f5 coming, and with the evaluation getting really, really close to equal, I think that in this position, MVL said, look, if I don't have anything better than bishop e7 here, I'm not sure I really want to play the position on, right? Like if you don't play bishop e7, you just play regular move, and you let black's king move away, black might go on to win. But instead, he said, look, I'm up almost a minute against Hikaru. He's offering me a draw. I'll take it. What do you think of the decision?
I have been watching MVL's face just after the offer, and he seemed not to be confident. It makes me think, like, what's next? It's a bullet game. Who is favorite in bullet?
Yeah, exactly. And I think as well, it's important to note for the bullet that it's 1+1. So there is that 1 second increment, which obviously makes the world of difference when it comes to bullet chess. So there won't be any pure flagging, and they're off. Remember, after this, Dina, we have Armageddon if we get another draw. Do you think we're gonna go all the way?
No. I honestly think that everything is gonna be decided here, and I'm so also enjoying, looking at Hikaru and seeing him commentating. Come on, how can he commentate in bullets?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, at some point, it just becomes autopilot because he, I'm sure, needs all the focus here as we're off in the 1+1.
Even drinking, and his opponent is down on time. That's really fascinating. Right, let's see what is happening on the board.
Yeah, I mean, definitely we have two different plans here. MVL he's not all out on the attack, but he's definitely looking at things maybe like rook to e6, rook g6, even just h5. He's offensive minded here, whereas white is looking to play like probably queen c6 on the next move, I had to guess. And yes, bishop takes e5, rook c1.
And I really love this knight on f1, controlling, protecting all the king side squares like g3 and h2. There is no mate coming, and d5 is just a weakness. So it seems like I would absolutely give my preference to white. But now looking at the position, I recall that this is bullet, blitz, rapid, whatever. The side that is attacking is always in favor when it comes to practical chances.
Yep, that's important to remember. And after this move, I wonder if we're going to see rook takes d5. Because this g3 move, while it looked like nothing, it actually stopped bishop h2. And that was the trick that MVL was relying on in order to sort of quote-unquote defend the d5 pawn. But it's not there anymore.
Oh, what's that twice about? Wait.
I think it's a very, very strange move, but the engine was actually liking queen b5. And that's just a pin that black, if they want to get out of it, is going to drop the pawn on e4. So it's one of those things that basically Hikaru probably wasn't even considering. He knows he's ahead here, and he can just play queen takes g3. I assume he'll do that. And he's up one pawn going forward, so definitely should be the favorite to win here.
Oh no, Armageddon game incoming. Not yet.
I think this should be a definite win for Hikaru.
Now it's just a pawn up and it's a rook endgame, and with an active rook, it's just an easy thing to do for grandmasters like Hikaru and all those of that kind.
Yeah, h4 is a super strong move. Giving up the pawn, and he's just going to bring the king up. And this setup over here for white is completely dominant.
Did you see how creative Maxime was? Unfortunately for him, king takes h4 would cause a mate in one, but that was so beautiful.
Yeah, you got to be careful there. And I think we'll just see resignation. Yeah, we do.
Oh no, and we do have the name. It is Hikaru Nakamura, who is advancing to the semifinals. Geez, this match has been really tense.
Yeah, it sure has. The back and forth here in the bullet game was real. MVL definitely had his chances, but the thing is, once you get to those rook end games, you just that one pawn up. It doesn't matter if there's even a theoretical chance to draw it. You got to remember, this is bullet. The side who's up a pawn almost always wins those end games when it comes to bullet chess.
Oh yeah, and I think it's somehow a little bit unfair that we have seen two of the strongest men of that kind being matched together, paired together in the quarterfinals so early. But yeah, the pairings were based according to the Swiss that happened yesterday. So it was all decided yesterday. But you know what, man, I am I don't know. I have mixed feelings. I have that kind of an idea that maybe Hikaru from the very beginning was way more comfortable in this position because he knew it. It was something more familiar to him, and playing bullet, it just went so smoothly for him compared to his opponent.
Yeah, no question. And it seems like, obviously Hikaru has got his own game plan, but it seems to me like he's always willing to make a draw and go to the next shorter time control because he feels just more and more confident the shorter the time control gets. And whenever you have that ability, it just means that, if you have chances in your game, of course you can try to play for the win. But if you're not really feeling it, you're just going to take a draw and, look to beat you in the next short time control. So it's kind of this strategy works really well.
Oh, yeah. We do have our next matchup very soon. It is going to be Fabiano Caruana versus Garakowski. But before that, let us take a look at the format of this Grand Prix once again. Let us remind our viewers, what do we have here? It seems like it is a pretty, so to be a tense competition, 26 tournaments. Aman, have you participated yourself as a player? You're saying you're new to this, so that means that you neither commentated nor participated.
Yeah, that's actually the case. Haven't played and haven't commentated. So like with most things, it's safer to dip your toes into commentary first. Less embarrassing for me. So I'll do that first, and we'll see if I end up competing in the future. But yeah, these rapid tournaments are insanely strong. I've seen the field every week, and it is tough competition out there.
Oh yeah, right. So getting ready for Caruana versus Kamsky, and getting back to you very shortly.
Yeah, we'll be back, guys.
Chess.com's coverage of the 2022 Candidates Tournament is coming this June. Watch the top players compete for their chance to face Magnus Carlsen for the World Championship title. Tune in to chess.com/TV to enjoy exclusive footage of the playing hall and expert commentary on every move. And by saying that, I am extremely excited to welcome you back to the fourth match of the quarterfinals, Caruana versus Kamsky. Man, is gonna be an easy win for Fabi?
Well, it seems like the person who has had the white pieces to start off the match has won every single time. So, you know, I'm no weatherman, but that does give me some insight to say I think white has a very good shot in this match right here. Definitely an advantage in chess, but it's turned out to be a big advantage today. Just we've seen crushing performances, and then we've seen Hikaru and MVL go a completely different route, totally even the entire way, went all the way to bullet where it was finally decided. So the question is really, are we going to see an Armageddon for the first time today?
Oh yeah, that would be a thrilling experience. But if not in quarterfinals, then for sure in semifinals or at least in finals. But I'm sure that we will get this amazing opportunity to experience that feeling of losing the game, having one extra minute or so.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, when it comes to these guys, they've played each other many times before. I don't think they're strangers. Gata and Fabiano, I think the funniest part of this has got to be the rating that Gata Kamsky is coming in with. 2,300.
Wow, that is not a grandmaster rating in Rapid. And excuse me for my, I don't know, a materialistic way of judging things, but that is not the rating that you expect to see from a player of his caliber. But you know what? It's a good thing, because this is how you make your opponents, relax. And this is where you wait for him with a hammer.
I agree. Totally agree. I would not want to be anywhere near 2,300 Gata Kamsky. Like that's just a nightmare. I'm going to lose rating. Like, no, it wouldn't feel good at all.
Well, yeah, luckily this is not feeder rapid, how they say, counted rating. But what do you have here? It seems like it's a Spanish Ruy Lopez.
It is, but you get this.
No,
so
it's not.
Yeah, back here. It starts as Spanish, of course, Ruy Lopez, Bishop E5, but Gata immediately brings it into different territory. This is the Danish Gambit, and after F5, I think most people just go for the route of D3 and Knight C3. It's kind of the most solid, as opposed to actually accepting this gambit, which gets very tricky, very messy. And I would say normally at the higher levels, they just play D3, which also aligns with the engine. Engine kind of likes D3, a bit more solid. I've actually always loved this opening for black. I think it makes a lot of sense, because if you sort of look at the structure, it's like perfect. You have this great solid structure. You get to castle, and when you castle, hey, you have your rook already in an open file. It's like, it just feels like it works out so well.
Oh yeah, I absolutely hate it for white, but maybe today Fabiano will explain to both of us that things are pretty under control for white, and all the attack on the F2 is just fake, and you have to believe in the position sometimes when the computer says it's good. Well, this is something that we could see today, at least.
Yeah, and it's pretty common for someone like Fabiano to explain to someone like me why the position is actually very good for white. So I would not be surprised if that were to happen here. Knight A4 has been played, which, like, basically that bishop is going to disappear. Knight takes B6, A takes B6. So it's not so much about the F2 pawn anymore, but if black could get castled, maybe play bishop to G4, could be some nice pressure on the F3 knight.
Oh yeah, H3, I love it. It's prophylactical thinking to stop the bishop coming to G4. Really like this move.
Yeah, I think bishop G4 is too much to deal with. That move looks pretty strong. But for me, every time I see these positions, I just know that black's typical ideas are queen E8. That supports the H5 square, so maybe knight H5 can be played now. knight into f4. Also, of course, queen to g6, making a threat of bishop takes h3. Every time I see these, I always like them for black. So I'm waiting for Fabiano to show me the light, because I think black should probably bring this knight back into the game and then look to play the queen g6, knight h5 with what I think is a pretty nice attack.
Oh yeah, and luckily Fabiano saw that knight on a4 being attacked and played b3. You know, sometimes those long diagonal moves are getting forgotten in the situations of that kind. But yeah, here it's all good. And as you said, Aman, knight is getting back to c6, finally to where he belongs, joining his family on the fights towards the enemy.
Yeah, and it's also important to remember, like, of course, white's planning on probably taking this bishop, but if you take it straight away, pawn takes back, you know, the rook opens up on the a pawn. So I think Fabi is just kind of saying, like, I'll take this when I want. And with the knight on a5, sometimes there's some tricks against the rook. So he just decided to wait as long as possible, basically, before doing it. But I think he was always planning on taking that bishop. That was the whole point of knight a4.
Oh yeah, you do not want to activate your opponent's piece just like that, but it did happen here. This is what we see. And also, you know, with this pawn on b3 for now, a2 is backward pawn, not nice, but of course it will come to a4 eventually. Now, king h8, once again, a prophylactical move, also preparing g5, rook g8, or just, you know, getting the king out of this diagonal to avoid any checks and just, you know, passing the ball to the other field.
No, I completely agree. I think it's one of those moves that as you become a stronger player, you become more disciplined, and you just know that even if it's tempting in these positions to maybe go for knight h5, queen g6, all these fun looking moves, you just know that there's going to be a variation where you're like, oh man, I wish my king was already on h8. Like, there's just always something down the line, whether it's a queen, d5, a bishop c4, maybe an knight g5 at some moment. It's just, yeah, good discipline, prophylaxis, as you mentioned, to get the king out of the way and get off that diagonal, and then proceed with all those fun moves that you're looking for.
Your wish is my command, saying Garakamsky to Aman Hambleton, and this is what we see. Now, knight h4 and bishop e6, no check incoming anytime soon because black king is on the black square finally. And you know what? The evaluation bar has finally realized that maybe that wasn't that dubious after all. You know, it's a nice thing to have this this advantage. And you know, I feel like you and me were now in a winning situation, whatever happens. Because imagine if Gata wins, he converts, let's say he outplays his opponent in this opening, that we are happy, like, yay, we knew it was dangerous for white. Yeah. But if Fabiano wins, and then he just shows us how to refute this line.
Exactly. It's seriously, it's one of the best parts of chess, when you get to watch a strong player play against something that maybe you think is good, or even better, let's say, you know, your main repertoire. Imagine you're watching right now and you play the opening that Gata plays in every single one of your games. And you're probably really excited because, you know, if Gata wins, then you get to see all those beautiful ideas and how he would convert it. And let's say he loses, you get to see exactly how Fabiano would play against it, and maybe some of the more testing lines that you need to go study. So that's a great way to improve. Watch the stronger players play your openings.
Oh yeah, right. So now what do we have in the time? Both players are taking some of their minutes. They do have 6 minutes each. Oh, knight h5 back to f6. What does this move mean?
I think really that the move knight h5, if it can't get to f4, then it doesn't really need to be there, basically. And the move g3, it's not clear if that's a good or a bad move. I mean, it's of course great to keep the knight out, so I think overall it's probably good, but you know, just because it's a good move doesn't mean it's not without its drawbacks as well. It weakens the light squares, especially the h3 pawn. So he's saying, look, okay, if you're not gonna let me go on the f4 square, that's fine, I'll bring my knight back, but you've played g3. And now maybe we can target that h pawn as well, or maybe even target down the f file now that we've seen g3 and some more weak squares here.
Oh yeah, so it was just basically a provocation just provoking the opponent to weaken his position to play g3, oh, g4, and then getting back, to the place where you were. Right, but now Fabiano playing g4. Does that say that he's about to flip the coin?
Well, first of all, after queen d7, you must play g4. Like, it's the only way to defend the pawn, and this is exactly what I was talking about when you play g3, right? You were saying you provoke that pawn to go forward, all of a sudden you leave some weaknesses, so that knight h5, knight f6, it might look like you wasted time, but no, it's not actually clear that g3 is a good move. Now g4 is forced to defend that pawn on h3, and we're going to see all sorts of things happening. Personally, I look at the move d5 and I don't get a good feeling about it just immediately. So I have to see how this one plays out. I always like to keep that structure intact. So this is not how I would have continued things from Black's perspective, because queen d3, well, hello, there's a checkmate in one threat to deal with.
Oh yeah, luckily there's bishop g8, but somehow Gata is taking his time. Does that mean that everything is not so clear? Are there some threats on the d file? Like at c4 there would be knight f6. Oh, there was also knight f6 instead of bishop g8. Well, maybe that was the matter of the whole hesitation.
Yeah, and don't try to show off to your friends, guys, by playing moves like queen g6, because you have to remember, with fancy moves like that, they don't have to take you. We all get it. You're a genius if you're able to pull this off, but they can just let the queen sit there and there's no threat at all.
Yeah, as my coach always used to say, we do not play checkers. It is chess. We do not have to capture.
Yeah, that's a good point. Don't play hope chess either. Making a move that's, you just hope your opponent's going to make a certain move against it, when of course they don't have to. That's not how it works.
Yeah, unless you have some skills to hypnotize your opponent and make him play what you want him to play.
And I mean, if you have those skills, then chess would probably be a great game for you. Probably be very successful.
Yeah, looking for a player like that to appear soon. Queen d6.
Well, some small threats there, like e4. Queen g3 would save the queen, but the pawn would drop in that variation. So white's going to start with the move queen to g3. Rook d1 is always an important move to consider, because I mean, there's stuff like bishop e4, c4, and of course, don't forget about that knight. We now have some potential threats. Knight f5 is always great, and there might be a situation where knight to g6 is actually just crushing. Like, if I put queen d7 on the board, then I'm looking at knight g6, takes, queen h4 check, and bishop takes g6, and all of a sudden, I'm not sure I trust the position here.
Yeah, and even knight f6 does not help at all, because there's going to be just bishop takes f6, and no one will ever defend that bishop. Oh, wait, but saying that, yeah, you're right. We do have to make this intermediate rook d1, because the queen might be defending the h7. But anyway, it looks like here there are a million of winning moves.
Yeah, this is the type of position where you can go f4, and like the knight will be sacked with a rook. You just have to open the position up, because this is like a complete paralysis at the moment. So kind of a fun line, but obviously we're speculating here. And of course, these guys are not going to go into our fun lines we're calculating. Queens have been traded, and this absolutely favors white, who now, I mean, is looking at a position that two bishops, you have to be, I feel like you have to be enjoying.
Wait, what is this e3? You were saying favors white, but what is happening now?
I think Fabiano decided to go for something which I find extremely strange. First of all, in this position, there's this pawn which can be taken, and there's the move c4. So I look at this position and I think, what about c4? Let's attack the knight, save my pawn, and then I'll take your pawn. So I thought that was simple enough, but Fabi wanted everything. He wanted to defend his pawn and then maybe take this one later, and he just ran into this move, which is a huge move, because now, no matter what, even if you take with the bishop, there is going to eventually be knight takes bishop, and the same thing will happen. And we look at this, all of a sudden that rook from a8 jumps down to a2, and that's why black is starting to actually enjoy an advantage here out of nowhere.
Oh yeah, it looks like, that kind of a call for dynamics. when you're about to be worse and worse strategically, you do have to look for some active resources, and this is what E3 is.
Yep, that's well, this position. I mean, Gata is doing all sorts of things that I am really surprised by. I mean, here he's actually so lucky that he has a move to even keep playing the game, because this is checkmate in one. Dina.
Oh yeah,
Bishop takes G7 is checkmate, and Black only has one move here to even continue playing the game. And the fact that he hasn't played it right now tells me that he definitely didn't plan this. There's no way. You know, pawns are all weak here, knights are loose, so he has one move, and it's really surprising. This move, bishop to E6.
It's not so evident. And after knight takes G7, threatening.
Yep.
You were saying bishop takes.
Yeah, either one. I think Black's idea is pretty much the same. Like knight takes C2 will also hit the bishop. So let's say something like this would still be pretty okay because you can grab this guy.
Right.
Yeah.
But
who knows what's happening here?
Yeah, and instead Gata plays H5. Does that mean that this is already a serious mistake here?
Definitely White has a sizable advantage. It's not completely over, but it's looking pretty close. Remember, when the king gets to H7, I know it might be tempting, but there's no check with that bishop. Number one, it's attacked, so no matter where the knight goes, you can take that bishop. But also, if the knight moves anywhere, you can take that bishop as well. So I think the line would be like, let's say capture, king H7, White's going to capture this here. Black's, of course, going to capture on C2. And at the end of all this, if you really count up the pawns, it's currently equal, but it's White to play, and there's a lot of hanging pawns once you save the rook. I think White's going to be slightly better, but still some drawing chances. And something you mentioned in the previous game, Dina, was the presence of opposite bishops. You always have to watch out for those giving drawing chances to your opponent.
Oh yeah, but those pawns remind me of juicers, as they call them in some pop culture here and there on Twitch, and something tells me that would be a winning position for White.
I think it would be a very good chance at the very least. He's decided to go this way, which is interesting. I imagine he's just going to play rook d1, because now taking here and then the king moves, it's even worse because you don't want your bishop to be so close to the king like that.
Rook takes a2. Ooh, I love this move. Threatening some checks here and there, giving some hope to Black,
Yeah, I think at this point, in a practical game, I would expect White to win this like almost all the time, just because rook takes d6 is coming. There's checkmate threats like bishop takes g7 and rook h6. And the pieces for Black are just not coordinating very well. And you look at how White's pieces are coordinating, and it's just almost perfect.
Oh yeah. And well, at least we do see some fights finally, compared to the first and the second game. If I were, to look at the positions that we had where one side was having a clear advantage, and which was not the case in the Nakamura versus MVL. But right now, who is thinking? It is Black to move, and they're considering h takes g4. As always, captures are your first candidates, whether you want it or not.
Yeah, at this point, I think it's a pretty scary looking idea to give White also the H file as well. So I assume he's thought about it and thought, oh, that looks way too scary. The other move I would consider is bishop takes pawn, because number one, hey, that's a free pawn. May as well consider that one first. It also gives space for the king. So hopefully you won't get mated if your king has a bunch of squares to still move to.
Oh yeah. Right. So what else can we say about this position? It seems like it is also, a matter of a precise move sometimes, even though it looks so easy to play for White. Things are still, need to be calculated.
Yeah, I think in general, there's the principle that, whoever is attacking, if you have opposite bishops, it definitely favors them. So right here, we see the perfect example of opposite bishops, but White is the one sort of dictating the pace here. And it's going to favor White because White's dark square bishop is going to be able to attack squares that Black's light square bishop can't defend at all. So it's not a very useful piece in defense. And that's why I think that we'll probably see this position just get better and better for White. But Gata is a very stubborn defender, and he's been doing a good job so far. There's an advantage according to the engine for white here, and we can see it on the board. But oftentimes, the engine just doesn't really understand that the position might simplify into opposite bishops. So even though there's an advantage, sometimes the engine doesn't properly understand that, well, white's up 3 pawns, but it's opposite bishops, and it might be a forced draw.
Oh yeah, also it is an endgame, so sometimes even that already causes some troubles to understand for an engine the position we have on the board. Although I do remember the chess.com has already installed a table-based structure in their AL.
Yep, that's correct. And bishop h7 played. Man, I have to say, like, it's really impressive to me. How many people, maybe even yourself, Dina, would you be able to leave this pawn sitting there, can be taken by either one of your pieces for probably the last 6 moves, and you don't touch it once? That's amazing.
Yeah, it seems like it's like a game of like who who resigns first, like we have, kids, they have this who closes their eyes first, and this is who takes or defends the g7 first.
Yeah. He's trying to show us, just how good his position is. He doesn't even need to take it. I don't care about that pawn. I can take it if I want to, but I'm deciding not to. Bishop h7, now rook takes d5 certainly comes to mind, but he's taking this moment to finally grab the pawn.
Oh yeah, he just seems like he just heard you. He heard your call and he realized it was the right moment.
Yeah, he was. He felt that I was calling him out. He said, "No, I am gonna take that thing." As black, I think you gotta take on g4. Probably
right. So now we have a clear passer here for white, the g pawn. Well, it is blocked by the king, but it seems like, yeah, just as you say, the king is in trouble. It's opposite called bishops, but we have knight, we have rook, and king is not safe here.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And I wonder about the most forcing line like this. I think white should. I mean, maybe do you keep the knight on the board, because if you take here, it might get really forcing. And yeah, actually, I'm just going to let the game play out, because they're playing the exact line that I was just going to look at, which is this. The pawns are currently even, but if you trade here, I think the king kind of sits on f7, and although you lose this pawn, I think probably it's just a draw.
Oh yeah, there must be some kind of fortress, even though white would be with the pawn up, and this is what is happening. Ooh, seems like Gata has been defending pretty solidly after all.
This will be a fun endgame, because definitely looks like it could/should be a draw, but there's a full extra pawn, and it looks like you're going to be able to keep it here if you're Fabiano. So we'll see if he's able to squeeze anything out of this position, because a lot of times it starts as a draw according to the engine, but we all know, Dina, when you start playing moves, it's hard to play the best one, the perfect one every single time.
Yeah, also it is an absolute pleasure to be torturing your opponent, having an endgame with a pawn up, and even if it is somehow equal, it is not the same when it comes to practical chess.
Agreed. So yeah, the idea would be that, if the king started to journey over here, then you'd want to use your king to take this pawn and maybe sack the knight for the other pawn.
Look at that bar. We're getting there.
Definitely scary, because now the bishop sits on e5.
Ooh.
Not sure about this.
With every single move, things are getting worse and worse.
And these positions, so bishop e5 was played. These positions are so tough. I imagine bishop d4 is going to happen, because once you play pawn up, then I think it's time to bring the king and push the pawn to f6. So I think that's just the win. Play king here, play pawn to f6, and then don't care about anything else, go take that pawn. And if the knight ever captures, you just trade it off and win that pawn endgame.
I still did not get what was, the right way to defend that position, the fortress, so to be. I just think it's white is going here and there and finally forcing black to make a mistake.
Yep, it's definitely that's what white was doing. Like white has ideas to try to win, but black ended up making the one misstep, so to speak. So it's a tricky position, really tough to fully understand. So maybe we can take a brief look after. But it's been a long game, and it looks like it's going to be Fabiano that ultimately gets the win. He turned what was a draw, according to the engine, into a win because of time pressure and just what he was able to do with his bishop against the knight.
Yeah, and Aman, at least compared to all the previous rapid games, we have seen the first fight and the first win, like in a serious fight, if you see what I mean.
Absolutely. Yeah, this game has been exciting from start to finish.
Yeah, and I really love the way how you spotted it immediately. When we got that end game, you said, wait, Ina, computer says this is a draw, but believe me, it is not. On practical level, it is way more complicated than that, and you were right.
It's official. That is a win once again for the white pieces. Surprise, surprise today. So 4 matches, white has won eventually in every single one. We've had 3 decisive matches in rapid, and Fabiano turned, let's just say maybe this position is a good example. Basically even according to the engine, but so tough to defend perfectly every single move. And especially when you have 30 seconds ticking down, you're only getting 2 seconds extra every move. It's tough to play everything perfectly. So this is a good example of an endgame where practically it's tough to defend, but the engine is over there, saying, hey, it's no big deal. This is an easy draw. Not so much.
Yeah, a good example. And Aman, let me ask you, do you feel satisfied after having seen how Fabiano refutes, so to be the dangerous line of black, or do you think it was just that d6 to d5 that ruined all the perfectness of black?
Yeah, it has to be d5. This move, it ruined everything. Of course, no.
Yeah.
I mean, d5 is still obviously a very good move by Gata, but when I saw the move g4 like this, I immediately thought, oh, okay, this is probably nice for black. We've got a backwards pawn on f2. Like, these pawns kind of look a bit weird over here, but in the end, opening the position kind of favored the bishops. But it was a back and forth game. It was never really one person took over and had the advantage the whole game. It wasn't like that at all. It actually felt like both sides missed some things, and in the end, it was Gata who just made the last mistake.
Unfortunately, it's always like this in chess. The one who does the last mistake loses the game.
Yeah.
Nothing new under the sun.
Yep. Unfortunately, that's how it is. So there you go. Those are your 4 quarterfinal matches, Dina, as we see Fabiano beat Gata here.
Oh yeah, and we are expecting the first semi-final match very shortly. But before that, it is time for us to take a quick break and be right back. And welcome back to Rapid Chess Championship brought to you by Coinbase. We are now getting into semifinals. Levon Aronian versus Vasily So. Ooh, this is gonna be a tough one. Two Americans. Aman, do you have a preference here?
Well, I think the storyline for me in this game is both of these guys had kind of a crushing victory in their first match. So they didn't really play the kind of game that Fabiano just played. And you could make an argument in some ways that Fabiano is more warmed up in the sense, like he played a full game. It was up and down, back and forth. But from the other hand, you could say that guys like Wesley and Aronian right now are just playing on top of their game. Like I think they both played with almost 0 blunders. Like it was extremely, extremely impressive.
Oh yeah, and I just said 2 Americans and only after realized that it's actually already 4 Americans. This is kind of a cruel thing for me, you know, but at the same time, these are one of the best and by coincidence happen to be representing the same country.
Yeah, and that's a damn scary Olympiad team if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, if only the board pairings, you know, the board players order would be decided after this Rapid Chess Championship, a knockout final of the Week 5.
And here we go. The game is off. It's of course back to Rapid Chess, 10 minutes, 2-second increment, and Dina, the format's the same. There's only one game, and Levon gets the white pieces. So I mean, he's looking obviously to repeat his earlier success. White has been a huge asset for all the players so far. So with Levon getting the white pieces, maybe that's going to be the difference.
Oh yeah, as the tradition goes, White gets it all.
Definitely seems like Wesley, though, more than happy as he's blitzing out these moves super quick. He's gone for an early h6, not going to deal with bishop or knight to g5 in the opening at all. And honestly, pretty timid start for both players. Just a classic e4, e5 kind of Italian game here. And eventually White might consider something like d4. But for now, I'm expecting those classic maneuvers, rook e1, knight f1, and maybe knight to g3.
Yeah, and d4 would be a dream come true for White. Maybe White does have some time for that one. Also, well, a5 preventing b4 is something we cannot but like. Now, short castle for black, knight f1, just as you predicted, and maybe even someone will come to e3 or g3 very soon. And for now, everything is very, very typical, very standard.
Absolutely. Black has the exact same idea. I know it's not knight d7, knight f8, knight g6, but kind of the same thing. Knight c6, knight e7, and knight g6. Very typical plan as well to sort of copy White's idea of bringing the knight there. And why do we like to do that? Well, from d2, sure, we support the e-pawn, but we also block our queen from supporting d4. So if we want to play d4, we want to move our knight to g3, protecting our e-pawn, and then the queen helps push the pawns in the center. So here, I think bishop b5 is definitely one of the top moves. And of course, the other one could be like taking, for example, with queen b3 next, or taking followed by d4. So lots of different ways to play here. I'd be interested to see what Levon decides.
Ooh, bishop takes e6, pawn takes e6. This is somehow a critical position for us because it just changed the pawn structure. And as they say, pawn is GPS of chess. It shows you what are the plans, and now the plans have somehow changed, at least for black.
Yep, we now have the open F file, right? And that's always something very visual. So everybody can now see that rook is pretty strong there. You might dream of putting a knight on f4, but it's kind of tough with these knights sitting here like this, right? You don't have the h5 square available. And now that black's played the move a4, we might actually see kind of totally different approach for black. Could even be something like with b5 and maybe even rook a5, queen e8 played. We've seen that move in the previous game, haven't we?
Yeah, that is a nice trend. The only difference is that here there is no knight on a4 to be attacked because there is your own pawn and the knight on c6 as well. But it is a nice tendency. Also, it somehow is logical because in both positions we have the open F file for black, and that is why Black wants to, to shift their queen to closer to the opponent's king.
Yep. And it's worth pointing out, let's say in this position, that pawn takes e5, black doesn't have to take back and get these kind of not very good double isolated pawns, but instead the move knight g4 is always available, hits the rook, the knight will take back on e5, and black will maintain a piece there instead of a pawn. So white wouldn't really be interested in this capture.
Oh yeah, that's a very, very nice intermediate, and it's a good thing to be calculating those things in advance. Now we've got queen d3, and yeah, white is trying to say like, okay, you've got the file, you've got some initiative on the king side, but I've got the center, and the center is the most important thing on the chessboard if you haven't known before.
Yeah, that's probably a decent follow-up is the move h3. Hey, h3 is always a good move, but it also covers the g4 square, so maybe we do actually make that threat now of pawn takes pawn in the middle to maybe try to give black these double isolated pawns. So h3 to me looks like kind of always a good move. Rook to e1, doubling, increasing the pressure and support in the center. All these moves look completely fine, but I kind of like starting with h3, just make an immediate threat.
Yeah, and the h3 seems like our favorite move today.
Yeah, I love the move h3. I will always remind people to play it.
Yeah, to create a window and to avoid anybody coming to g4, because that is not a good news for you.
Yep. So I would not be surprised at all to see that. Other moves, honestly, I mean, I guess in terms of things, wondering to be careful of. I'm not sure about queen b5, but sometimes in these positions as well, moves like knight takes d4 are the ones to watch out for with this kind of tricky tactic. Of course, you don't want to hang your queen. And actually for white, the best move is going to be knight takes d4. But if you went to grab the queen, then black would have a tactic like this.
Oh yeah, this is a very nice line here. And you always need to be aware of, once again, intermediate moves and checks. And yeah, okay, we have the rook c1. Once again, my favorite quote, why the heck are you putting your rook in front of 2 pawns? But it is something like you're expecting your opponent to be taking on d4. And in that case, you would be bringing some joy to your rook. So that in a way says like, you don't want to take my d4 now. And if you don't do that, then what do you do?
Exactly, yeah. So this is just now probably not on black's radar at all. I am getting uncomfortable now that the move h3 isn't being played because it looks so good. So I'm just waiting. I'm on team h3, waiting for that move. Rook a5, I sort of mentioned this move, but didn't really present any lines. But if you look at the move, you can sort of understand, supporting that pawn in the middle of the board a little bit. And because you push your pawn so far up, you actually, you do have the most space on the queen side to work with.
Speaking of, what is this b4? Grabbing more space because you feel offended that your opponent has already gone so far?
Yeah, you can't let him get past halfway, right? That a pawn was too far, gotta get rid of it. There we go. That feels better.
Oh yeah, and now the rook on a5 is still good, and there is no rook a1 coming soon because that would be a blunder. And it feels to me that black is doing perfectly well. I'm looking at white pieces and I'm not sure I understand what they are doing. Like, look at the knight on g3 where it points like nowhere. Knight on f3, same thing. Rook at e3. I'm not sure either. So what is the plan? I feel like there is more harmony between black pieces, although I might be exaggerating.
Yeah, well, I think the bottom line in a position like this is 100% that the position is pretty close to equal. So it's always tough to make these generalizations. So for sure, at the end of the day, I think it's just very close to equal. Hard to say much more than that. However, in terms of the pieces, I think the move h3, now that we see that on the board, pawn takes e5 is a much more serious idea to try to give these pawns to black. And then that's a positional advantage. Once you get something like that, you can take that even to an endgame. If pieces start to trade, I think you're always going to be slightly better now.
Oh yeah. And all right, now our queen is attacked. How about queen a3 trying to queen a7, a little bit more passive.
Yeah, queen a7 is also like, one of those moves is trying to be sneaky, right? That white is going to forget about the F pawn in some lines down the road, but I don't think I think Levon knows exactly what's up.
Yeah, but it is also a nice move because d takes e5 is like the main thing that white is looking at. So queen a7 is just simply protecting yourself from that for that idea, which could be really annoying.
I think white also maybe in general wants to play the move b4. I'm not so sure about this exact moment, but I feel like I do want to play this because, of course, if I can play b5, kick the knight out, that would be great. But instead, he's gone for this. I don't think white has a serious advantage, but what I will say is that I think it's always just that little something. If you go into an endgame, you always know that white has a chance to be a little bit better just based on the pawn structure.
Funny enough, but I do prefer here black. I feel like, with this knight on g3, my double pawn on e6 is actually doing an amazing job protecting both f5 and d5. And as long as you cannot attack my weaknesses, I am feeling really comfortable here with black.
And I think it comes down to maybe a concrete line. This is one of those cases, once again, where I think the instincts are that white's position sort of feels good because black has these weaknesses. But maybe the concrete line, if we put one on the board, king h2, queen b2, right? All of a sudden, I'm just forking your pawns. I know it's a kind of a baby fork. It's only a pawn, but still, that is impossible to defend both of them. So I think that's why in the current position, we see the time spent. And yeah, king h2 was played, rook f3. I guess you got to take that, right?
Oh, yeah. I also was willing to suggest some kind of a treat from knight f6 to d6, but it's no longer possible because there are some concrete things. And I do not like your knight being activated like this. It's like he's who is he taking himself for?
Yeah. He's not supposed to get active like that. Believe it or not, we can see how the eval was really close to equal there. And I was going to say, believe it or not, there's only one move that the computer likes here. A single move.
Oh, yeah.
All the other moves, as you can see, queen a3, that eval starts to shoot way up. And I think it's because of...
Yay!
This
that is
like,
harsh. And then queen d7 and bye-bye.
Yeah, if you would take with the pawn, queen d7, and yes, you can play... rook to g8, but remember, knight takes f6, you're dealing with mate, and the very typical kind of puzzle rush pattern is that the knight has the king completely trapped, and all black can do is just give up pieces to avoid getting mated immediately.
That is a game over, and somehow I start feeling that there is this curse today, Aman. Everybody who is playing black pieces is in trouble from the move 0.
This is on the board, right? I was just making sure, but I mean, isn't Wesley just going to resign in a couple moves?
Oh yeah, he's thinking about it.
I mean, he didn't have to take with the pawn, right? A rook takes was playable. I know it's not great, but it was playable. I just don't understand. He must have missed this or something because I think it's just forced mate.
That's not possible. Wesley is not the one who would miss this kind of thing. Maybe he just didn't have anything better.
I'm wondering, like, if this is my line, like, there's no way this is on the board, is it?
Yeah, but Wesley's taking back his glasses, and Levon is, feeling comfortable on the chair. So it is a game over.
Unbelievable. Yeah, I'm so surprised to see that on the board because, it's one of those things whenever there's a forced mate like this, that usually the strong guys, like, they don't go into it unless they totally miss something. Right? Like this is such a basic calculation after queen d7 for a guy as strong as Wesley that he must have just completely missed the idea altogether because here, I mean, it's not great, but you can play rook takes. I mean, I think you're much worse, but
maybe he was just, he was playing in the way like you play out of the principle of elimination. So he saw this position, he realized it was lost, and then he just intuitively went to the other one, but unfortunately the other one was also pretty bad.
Wow. Dina, the I mean, curse, blessing, depends what you want to call it, but white is winning every single game. And a lot of these games have been really one-sided. If we look back on this game, it was actually totally equal. It felt even Queen B2. I thought, oh, black's actually getting some stuff here. And you remember when I mentioned there's only one single move to actually like be okay here according to the engine? I mean, I don't even think I could begin to trust myself to find it. Queen to A4.
Oh, there's
the
no
only
way.
move.
But you know, now that we know everything, it makes such a perfect sense. It's all about the square on D7. You just take the control of that baby, and that's it.
Yeah, it's super simple when you think of it like that, but it's all about this rook takes f6 idea. Because knight takes f6, okay, we understand there's rook takes or even pawn takes, but it was actually this rook takes f6 that it was easy to underestimate.
Brilliant. As I really love to do on all of my commentary, for everybody who is looking on how to learn to start, have enough courage to sacrifice exchange, this is a perfect example. This is for the book of Petrosian.
Yeah, this was a really nice game by Levon. He's kind of coasting right now. I think he's playing super, super well. Like I said, I saw in the hype video that he was clearly being interviewed as the winner from last time. So he's won before, and definitely he's looking like he's in very, very good form right now as he moves on to the next round,
Oh yeah, and speaking of the next match that we are going to have, it is going to be Nakamura versus Caruana. And I already started having that kind of a deja vu. Now, trying to be pretty logical here, Nakamura playing white, winning his game because white just wins everything today. And then we have that perfect flashback for the FIDE Grand Prix, Stage 1, Berlin, Levon versus Nakamura. And then you know what happens. Well, it is probably a little bit too far away. For now, we have to calm down and already watch Nakamura versus Caruana and then see what happens. Aman, getting back to our viewers in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, looking forward to it, guys. This is Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We'll be back with the next match.
this year's SEC is going to be one for the record books and one that people will not forget anytime soon.
Oh, nice for Rook A5. Love that.
C3. I love what Chakra is doing. So resilient. That is textbook right there. Yeah, that's incredible.
That's perfect play. That's just...
It's over.
And Ding Ren, all he needed to do was hold in the bullet. He moves on to the quarterfinals. But what a match this was, Daniel. My head is spinning.
And where's the mate? Rook G7? No.
Oh my gosh, this is eval bar.
No!
It's over, right?
Oh
How do you stop
my
this?
God, this is insane.
And look at E5, E5 ready, knight G3.
Hikaru is look at this final position, and this is just insane. This is indefensible with 10 seconds on the clock.
King, I don't see a move.
I don't see a move, and neither does Jeffrey. He's down. Okay, this is over.
Desperation, but you're getting crushed anyway. Too many pawns.
And it's going to be a 4-point lead, and he resigns. What
Wesley,
an incredible ending by Wesley. I mean, this is resignable, and the worst thing is that Nihal's going to win this with 3 seconds. Like, he's going to take on D3, he's going to go F5, and he's going to win the game.
I'm speechless.
In our final score, 18-9, Nihal exactly doubles Rehard Report's score. I'm watching the clock, Benjamin. Somebody's going to flag here.
Nah.
Oh,
play with 0.1 seconds.
1 second. Oh, he flags again. Oh my gosh.
Rook takes C4. He's trying to give away everything.
Oh, there it is, Renegade Rook time. But here's what Black is going to do.
Oh no,
you're going to get. I think I'm a specialist in defending against. It's just King D6 and it's over already.
It's over.
It's over before it began.
Yeah, he tried, but Hikaru basically, in 2 moves played instantly. Just took your idea and said, "Yeah, that's not going to work around here." Hey, that's a really surgical move.
You would never guess that this came from a Bonk class.
Oh my god. Yeah, he just did it, folks. Yeah.
And Fabi.
Oh no. Oh no.
We have our semifinal set. Nakamura against Ding and Nihal against Wesley. Can you take and go 95? Again, relying on that defensive knight. Oh, look at Wesley. I have no checks here.
Oh my god.
Bishop takes C4 and 92 interposing with check. And what an incredible win by Wesley.
He gets that 2-point lead back in incredible fashion.
Wesley So wins the first semifinal. He's got 5 seconds. He's gonna play instantly.
Sack an exchange here.
Whoa, Bishop C1. It was a mouse slip.
Mouse slip. He was going to D2.
Oh, it was going to D2, but it was still bad. Rook H7 check would have been terrible.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Hikaru saves the match with a win in the last game. And we're going to overtime.
Oh.
Repeating.
Oh, everybody's dream come true. More games. No, Ding wants checkmate.
I don't know if he does. He's got 12 seconds. He's got no time. I don't see the win. I don't know if I agree. Leave over to the Raw. We're going to Armageddon. We keep going. Unbelievable. Hikaru survives. Will Ding see 97 and B6? That is his only chance to keep this endgame going.
He has
the time, but he misses it. He misses it and he collapses. Rook B7, King F7, King E6.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. But Rook A5.
Rook A5.
And the problem might be the Black is not going to give up the E4 pawn, and in that case, White's not winning that game. Ding overlooked it. Ding missing that tactical shot, which would have given him the chances, and now he doesn't see a move. Hikaru might pull this one out. I mean, Ding has to give up the pawn and then move the knight around. Hikaru's not losing this game. He's got more time on the clock, and Ding sitting back, basically admitting defeat. And that's it. The match is over. Ding resigns.
Yeah.
And Hikaru Nakamura wins the Armageddon against Ding Liren to make it to the SEC finals. Oh, what a move.
Finds him with Queen E6
Wesley with 2 seconds. Queen F5 on the skin of his teeth. Queen F6 interposing. Queen E7 Hikaru. Oh, and King F6.
Hikaru's still pushing for the win, but it should be
Queen G6 and Wesley blunders at the last second.
Oh,
Wesley blunders at the last second.
But still, it's not over yet. Hikaru still has to convert. King H3.
No, but 1 second. Wesley's just going to flag here. Queen G6. All the pawns are falling. It's over. Oh my goodness.
Oh.
And Hikaru Nakamura, for the 4th straight time, he wins the Speed Chess Championship with one of the most commanding matches in SEC history.
Rapid Chess Championship is brought to you by Coinbase. Whether you're looking to make your first crypto purchase or you're an experienced trader, Coinbase has you covered. Earn crypto by learning about crypto with Coinbase Earn. Explore DeFi and Web3 with Coinbase Wallet. Get exclusive rewards when you spend with Coinbase Card, and much more. Learn more at coinbase.com/chess and get $10 in Bitcoin when you sign up and verify your account. And by saying that, I am extremely thrilled to be witnessing the semifinal match 2, Hikaru Nakamura versus Fabiano Caruana. Things are getting more and more tough here, and that is gonna be a hard job for Hikaru to make his way up to the finals, but this guy is pretty experienced after all.
Yeah, he's definitely been there, done that when it comes to just about any competition. And yeah, he's up against Fabiano. I don't think these guys are any strangers to one another, but I think when it comes to the faster time controls, Fabiano's always had that reputation that, you know, he's not as good as the other top players, and he's been working on that and improving a lot. So it's helped him do a lot better in these competitions. So he had a tough match, as we remember, against Gata, probably the toughest position or toughest win that he earned there. And now he's up against Nakamura. Most of Nakamura's games so far have been pretty even against MVL. So do you think he's going to go for that similar style, Dina, of like maybe try to keep things equal, take it to shorter time controls, or do you think he's going to be pushing?
You know, that seems to me as a perfect strategy. You are playing against a world player. He's been what, world number 2, and you don't want, you know, to be testing his opening repertoire. And 10 minutes is something where you can show all your secrets, and I'm pretty sure that Caruana's secrets are way stronger than Nakamura's ones when it comes to opening. So that's why we see B3 first of all, and secondly, yeah, how about a quick draw and then going into the short time control. But by finishing that phrase, I just realized that when you are starting things like B3 and G3, it's not something like Berlin when you already have a draw in your pockets.
Right. Yeah, no, absolutely. When you see stuff like this, though, you also are definitely not going to be getting any opening advantage. There's no way you are. I wonder how Fabi's going to play with C6 or C5. When I see this move, though, it already tells me that if Fabi just kind of wants to go really, really solid, he absolutely can with like just C6 and knight D7.
Yeah, C6, knight D7 seems like a good plan to me as well. And also, you know, finishing the development. Ooh, we've got A5. I love that move. You know what, man? When the knight is on D2, it means he won't come to C3. It means that you will be able to play A4 and then say hi to the bishop on B2 and the rook on A1. And I really love the how they say the atmosphere here.
Yeah, no, A5 has a really nice feeling to it, because after something like A3, for example, down the line, there'll always be an option for black to try A4. And if B4 happens, then some of the light squares become weaker. I feel like right now, I would probably leave it. There's an idea to play C5 and knight C6. And the other idea is to play C6, knight D7. So really, I think comes down to your preference. Fabi wants a bit more of an open position, it looks like. So he's gone for C5. And look at the tension in the center now. Every pawn can take every pawn.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be a lot of pawn trades, and who will be willing to see that one?
Yeah, I think E3. So basically, both sides are saying, look, you know, you take, you know, you be the one to go first. Rook C8 definitely comes to mind here. We know that the C and D files based on these pawns, those are going to be the ones that open up. So the pieces are probably going to gravitate to those squares. For white, Rook C1, maybe Queen E2. And of course, knight E5 and knight E4 for both sides should be considered. So tons and tons of candidate moves here.
Yeah, whoever takes first shows his sign of weakness, because, you know, losing the patience first.
Exactly, just a game of chicken.
That's how you call it in Canada.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, when you're just waiting for the other person to go first. I think it's most commonly used like when you're walking on a sidewalk and you're just kind of walking at each other. So who's going to move out of the way? Because some people, when they walk, they're always playing this game of chicken where they're never going to step out of the way. They just keep walking. So you better move.
I have a cousin living in Canada, and she was saying me that during the COVID lockdown, everybody was walking on the opposite sides of the streets, and that was the rule.
I didn't know about that one. That sounds very futuristic.
Right. Getting back to our reality, the knight on e4 is looking great. I wish there was the other knight on f6 supporting that knight. But at the same time, I've been told recently that two knights fighting for the same square is not necessarily good.
Yeah, they kind of, like on one hand, if it's an outpost that they're going for, it can be nice sometimes because one of your knights takes the outpost and the other knight supports it. That's great. But sometimes if the square that you're fighting for is not an outpost and you have two knights that want to go there, they just start bumping into each other and it does get a little bit awkward.
Yeah, and look what we have here, some trades, and apparently the first one to release the chicken was Hikaru Nakamura.
Yeah, so here, bishop e4 to me is always going to be a good move. I think the more critical move might be pawn takes on e4, because if bishop takes, then I guess you could always play pawn takes on c5. So bishop takes c5, and hey, at least you have an isolated pawn that you're playing against if you're Hikaru here. So I think he would be pretty happy with this.
Yeah, but you know what? With the bishop on e4, I'm not sure there is any possible way to exploit that weakness, because afterwards you will just have, if knight from f3 moves away and then bishops are being swapped, then white would also have pretty much weakened king side.
Yeah, absolutely. Rook c1 is a good example of a move that might immediately turn around after queen e7.
As long as rook c1,
take the pawn.
Oh yeah, that's correct. But as long as rook c1 is being placed on the open file, it perfectly suits me.
Yeah, no, rook c1, rook d1. I think it's pretty clear for both players where they want their pieces for the most part. Takes and queen e7 we might see.
Seems like an easy play for black here.
Yeah, I think it will be queen e7 almost for sure. Hits the bishop, hits that pawn, basically forces bishop back to e2, looks like.
Yeah, and both rooks will come to d8 and to c8, and oh, there we go. And also, you know what the rule says, whenever you have an isolated pawn, you always need to watch out for the idea of pushing it forward to d4. It would be the candidate. And then look at that diagonal, queen to d5, checking the king. It might not be pretty comfortable after all, but that's an idea. That's a theoretical idea. Now, queen e7 attacking the bishop on e5, we expect bishop d4. No, bishop b2, that's correct, because otherwise that would be a check. It would be pretty annoying.
Yeah, I think just the pawn on a3 was hanging there, and it is the kind of pawn that I think black would actually take in this position. But for the most part, white is probably going to have a good position here. d4 always on the cards, but if white plays a4, the pawns get on light squares, which is good because the bishops are on dark squares. And if you can just prevent the move d4, I think that something like queen d3, a4, bringing the rooks in could work out really well for Hikaru. Maybe even queen f3 instead.
Yeah, but watch out. Queen d3, you're going to have queen e4, then trades, and then I do not have isolated pawn anymore. And plus, my pawn structure would be way better because the color of the squares would be in my favor.
Yeah, and it's a really good point. You know, I mentioned it with a4, and then you mentioned it with this. Both sides are trying to fight to get pawns on light squares, because that's what you should be thinking about when you see the bishops. You see two dark square bishops, it means that when your pawns are on the opposite color, they'll never be bothered for the rest of the game. And if it fixes your opponent's pawns on the same color as the bishop, which means you can attack them.
But once again, in this particular case, I would totally prefer black.
Yeah, I agree. And in this position, I would be extremely surprised if queen e4 was not played. Yeah, queen e4 is going to be played. And
let's go. That's the position I was expecting.
Yeah, b6 looks normal here. You could also go rook d5 and f5. But white's going to have a pretty easy game here as well. I think, honestly, it's just equal. Like, that's the end of it. But white can try rook c4. Hit the pawn. There are some ideas. Let's say that you go like this. I mean, there are other moves for black. in this position, like rook d2, but just to show some ideas, sometimes after f5, there's an idea like g4. And, if that gets taken, you can try to take here, take this pawn afterwards. So both sides have their tricks here, but honestly, Dina, this is really equal. Position is totally equal, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah. And maybe it's just a matter of taste. Oh, and most importantly, it is a matter of a plan that Hikaru had from the early beginning. Let's go for a quick draw, because then we're going to have some blitz and then bullet. And these are the sides that I am the strongest at.
Yeah, that's what Hikaru's plan has been often, but we have to remember that he's done that before against Fabiano, and I think he went on to just lose the immediate blitz game after. So now we've got a repeat of kind of the same situation, and we're onto blitz. So honestly, it should be an interesting test here to see how the next game goes, because Fabi has a win under his belt in this format.
Yeah, and now we're waiting some last moments before the next game starts, which is gonna be pretty much immediately. The blitz game 3+2. Will the colors be switched? Yeah, that's precise. And e4. Let's go for some serious openings afterwards.
Yeah, and you have to remember, like, when you make a draw, you also pass the color back to your opponent. All of a sudden, they get the white pieces. So we'll see here. White pieces have been pretty strong in today's matches.
Pardon, Aman, but are we like having this kind of a personal lecture on how to play against the open F file in every single game today?
I think we are, and we're also learning all about the Yanish Gambit. So this is great. We're receiving some masterclass.
Let's go, Yanish Gambit's a lecture. Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Sunday knockout, week 5, Yanish Gambit.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about that today. And I mean, I definitely do not know everything about this opening, but the move knight a4 by Fabiano, played immediately after his knight gets attacked, tells me that he knows exactly what's going on. He's not calculating this over the board, but he's seen something like this before.
Oh yeah. And the potential, the perspective to be having tripled pawns in the C file is not something that would please me. So I would be really confused here. What should you do?
Yeah, obviously you can move the bishop, but I think the move the engine is sort of like trying to get Hikaru to place queen e8. This makes more sense to me, because yes, you're gonna, let's say knight takes c6, you're down a pawn, but it's opposite bishops, and black can very clearly at least get a bishop on b7. So I think there's decent compensation there, but there's no doubt in my mind that Fabiano, I think he just has a clear edge. I don't know too much about the exact theory of this line, but up a clear pawn in the middle game, this looks fine.
And almost up a minute, which is also a pretty big thing when it comes to blitz.
Yeah, queen e8 though, super strong move. Now there's no knight c6, and if you just move the knight back, you didn't win your pawn. So you're getting the same thing, but you're not even winning the pawn now. And if bishop c5, queen takes e5, and now definitely Hikaru, the worst is behind him.
Oh yeah, opposite called bishops. In the worst case, there's going to be a draw. And also what you should know about opposite called bishops is that this can be the most dangerous when you're getting under attack. And here, if we were to compare queen on d1 and queen on g5, we would see that black is definitely having the initiative. And once again, having a queen on the board opposite called bishops, attacking your opponent's queen is like a dream come true.
Yeah, queen g5 here is well placed. There's definitely going to be a c5 move. Maybe in the future is bishop, of course, bishop h3 an idea, but also c5, maybe bishop b7. And you just coordinate really nicely with some pressure against g2. And that's why we've seen the move f3. Doesn't want to deal with any of that.
Oh, yeah. And one thing I do not like is the bishop on b7 is somehow blocked, by the pawn on f3. But at the same time, it occurs to me that that might be a lot of really nice sacrifices here and there, like rook f3, let's go, and then queen g2 mate.
Yes, yes. And I was about to say queen d3, kind of a weird move to me because a5 looks so natural, threatening bishop to a6, and also an idea to play a5, a4. Right, you take your one pawn, which might be a weakness, put it on a4 on a light square. Bishop c6 can always protect it, this kind of thing. So I like the way Hikaru's playing this. I think Fabi would be happy with a draw at this point.
Yeah, the psychological advantage is definitely on Hikaru's side. Oh, wait, trading queens. Interesting.
Yeah, trading queens, and also he's not able to get that pawn to a4, which is something I was talking about. Now, it might not look like much, but this pawn on a5 is kind of a permanent target, right? The bishop on d2 just can always go and attack it, just sit on the c3 square. Something for Hikaru to think about for the rest of the game.
Yeah, it's like a pain in that word that you're not used to be saying in the official commentary on chess.com.
Of course, yeah, no, that doesn't belong anywhere in our day and age.
Yeah. So how about bringing the king? It's an end game after all. You gotta do that. You gotta activate that boy.
Agreed. Yeah, I mean, both sides have a bishop that is tying down an entire rook at the moment. So interesting position.
Seems to me that someone has been jealous of that attack on a5 and wanted to create the same thing on a4. But it might be copyrighted.
Yeah, I think it's getting to that point now. Caruana slightly better. It shouldn't be anything too serious. Again, it's important to remember that the engine so often misunderstands, misevaluates opposite bishops. So it's easy to look at this position and say oh, white's got one extra pawn, completely winning, +1, but not so simple. I mean, opposite bishops they present really serious drawing chances no matter what, even down material.
Yeah. One thing I do like is something like bishop f5, king d4, rook e8, and then c5 mate in the middle of the board. But unfortunately, that cannot come all three together.
I see what you mean. Yeah, 1, 2, and if the king were sort of walking up the board there, it may walk into some checkmates.
Yeah, but all right. This is dreaming too much. Now, the interesting thing is that black has just left the a5 pawn without any protection, but white doesn't have any time for that.
Wow, so that's a serious decision. Giving up the pawn with tempo as well, and after this, the rook must, I assume, go to a1.
Yeah,
okay, maybe rook
attack.
there. It just seems weird to allow bishop takes c2 and bishop takes a4. Then you're just losing all your stuff.
Maybe the idea was rook b7 and bishop a5, but there was king c. Oh yeah, and king c6.
I completely disagree with what's happened here. I think Fabi's he's risking some stuff here.
Losing the control over the situation, pretty risky.
Honestly, I might consider rook b4 and c5 here.
You don't want to try rook b7, going for the c7 pawn? But okay, yeah, that was black to move. That explains everything.
Yeah, because rook b4 c5 is pretty important, and I'm just trying to understand if there's any real chances anymore for either side. I mean, both sides have targets they can attack. Rook a7, bishop a5, but it looks like we might be seeing a repetition here, Dina.
No, Fabiano doesn't agree with you. He wants to win that d6 thing.
Mm-hmm.
And he might have his reasons for that. But
yeah, both sides are going to win a pawn, and I think there's not much happening here, but they're still playing, and there's always winning chances as long as moves keep happening, because time is going to get lower and lower, and we all know blunders are way more likely to happen.
Yeah, but not with 2 seconds increment online. It's just too much. You do control the thing.
There we go. That's pretty expected, I would say, for the type of game we saw there. As soon as I saw the opposite bishops and Hikaru found that queen e8 move, I knew that things were probably headed in this direction.
Oh yeah, that's correct. And now we expect a bullet game. Finally, 1+1 should be coming shortly. Once again, gives me more and more reasons to put my money on Hikaru.
yeah, obviously Hikaru is definitely going to be more comfortable in the bullet portion, but compared to 1-0 and these other kind of bullet time controls, 1+1 is, to a bullet player, it really feels like an eternity. I know that sounds crazy, like, okay, 1+1, this is an insanely fast time control. It's barely any time to play a full game of chess, but to people who are used to 1+0, which means they don't get extra time per move, it will feel like a long time. So I think Fabi has his chances here.
It will almost feel like a classical OTB game.
Yeah, it certainly can. And we see the speed from Hikaru. He doesn't have anything too impressive in terms of an advantage, but remember, that's way less important, the shorter the time control.
Yeah, and nice thing about Hikaru is that he's playing systems, and systems are, the easiest thing to do when you're playing Blitz and Bullets, and you just know all your moves, you're blitzing them out, same moves here and there, and they're always good, and this is a very nice strategy.
Yep, agreed. You just remember what's worked in the past. You can often use similar ideas from previous games.
Autopiloting your both bishops to fianchetto squares and then just, seeing what happens in the center. Speaking of, nice A4 protected passed pawn.
Well, this is going to be interesting because Hikaru definitely gave, he basically took a serious imbalance. Like there's that pass pawn protected over there on A4, but the structure looks kind of better for white because the D pawn is isolated.
I really love this knight takes e1 and now knight c2 and knight a3 sounds like a dream come true. But the only thing is that e3 is taken, e3 square is taken, but at the same time d4 is even better.
Yeah, knight f3, obviously, let's keep an eye on that square because if the black knight got there, it'd be game over. I think Fabiano is playing it really well. He's got pressure on d3. There's the pressure on the f3 square. I like the way he's playing.
Ooh, F4.
Surely.
Wow. That's a lot of tactics.
Surely things are getting out of hand here.
Uh-oh.
D4? Yeah, D4 and knight D5 should be just very comfortable for black, especially in a bullet game.
Oh, yeah. And Fabiano is up on time. It seems like he's controlling the whole thing.
He's actually up a lot of time. Like, for Hikaru, I would say to be down almost like, let's say, double the time, to have half the time of your opponent, is really rare for Hikaru. He's not usually that kind of player.
But look at this situation right here. You got double pin, and I'm not sure that black has done everything correct in the last couple of triple of moves.
Yeah, things have gotten out of hand a little bit. I think bishop e6, f5, knight f6 can still be played. Same idea as this, but basically, I think this can be played because now you take with the bishop and you sort of save yourself.
Right, and we've got an endgame. No way, Armageddon.
Time is evening up here, and we definitely have a real shot at Armageddon.
Oh yeah, that would be super exciting. Right. Ooh.
Man, this is a really tense, like pretty exciting battle here. We might see knight f6, yeah. And white's got an extra pawn, but boy, does it look like a shaky one.
Oh yeah, it's that kind of situation when you just want to shut up and be watching what's happening because things are getting so exciting.
This is such a weird position.
Ooh,
he's like defending the checkmate on f7 with his life, and I think he just lost the piece there.
Oh,
yep, that's it.
No.
That's it. That's a full piece.
Oh boy, Hikaru is out. No way.
Hikaru was white.
Wait, what? Oh, Hikaru won the game. That's correct. I'm so sorry. I think it's something like Freud. You're rooting for the opponent and then you see something happening and then you're just getting excited.
It's just because the color's switching every time, right? So it's easy to lose track. It's like in the last game, Hikaru was with the black pieces. But yeah, he just beat Fabiano. So he will go on now to face Levon, right?
Yay!
In the final.
Yeah, it's like... We already saw that, and I'm pretty sure that Levon is the one who is the most excited by the outcome of this match because he wants some blood to be, spilled.
Yeah, no, he's been playing really well. So I think, honestly, the players who have been the most on form in this event are making it to the final. Surprise, surprise, but definitely both deserve to be there. So it sounds like, Dina, we have a serious final coming up in this knockout. It's going to be Nakamura against Aronian.
How unpredictable. Who would have guessed?
Yeah, no, it's I mean, two players like that, it's easy to predict that they're going to make it to the final. So, well, not surprising. However, it means we're in for a pretty exciting finish. The players are competing for those last points, Dina. So I guess, are we going to take a break now and let people get their popcorn?
Absolutely. I cannot wait for that to happen. Let's go.
All right, guys, we'll be back. Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase.
Bullet Chess Championship is back with exciting new twists. Now a double elimination tournament. The event features 16 players like Hikaru Nakamura, Daniel Naroditsky, Fabiano Caruana, and many other race for the crown and their share of the $1,100 prize fund. Catch the next round of the Bullet Chess Championship on March 14 right here on chess.com. And that being said, Aman, I am thrilled to be witnessing the historical deja vu number 3 or 4. What is that? Aronian versus Nakamura. Let's go. We're in the finals.
Yeah, this is going to be definitely a fun one to watch. Obviously, played each other before, as recently as simply last week in the Rapid Chess Championship. So no strangers to one another. Aronian actually defeated Nakamura in the Rapid, so he's got the white pieces. It's been all the white pieces today in every single match. Is it going to stay true to the very end, or do we have any plot twists in store?
Oh yeah, everybody is looking for the plot twists. I guess it's just pretty boring to see the same thing.
Yeah, there's I mean, the thing is, I'm not sure that that anything is really a plot twist in this match, because if Nakamura wins, it's like, what has Nakamura not won that chess.com has hosted? I mean, he's got so many accolades, but then it comes to Levon Aronian, and he's also won this event before. So these guys are both used to winning in this format.
Yeah, and let's have a look at what we have in the position on the board. It seems like they're playing pretty fast, and it's that kind of a Italian, once again, gioco piano.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Queen E7 definitely leans toward G5. Yeah, and G5's been played. Usually, you know this move is coming when you see the position set up like this. So there's an idea to play knight E7, and then sneakily put your knight to F8, and then bring it to either G6 or E6, where it can access some of those important squares, especially F4, as you see how much control Black has there.
Oh yeah, and knight G1. I love those moves. Transferring the knight to we'll see what, or even just keeping it there, protecting the king, and already feeling pretty confident. How is Black going to open up the queen side? H4, right, but then what? The moment you push the G pawn, the F file is going to be activated. In this case scenario, the Yanish Gambit is going to be with the colors reversed.
Yeah, exactly. I think, knight G1, it's made way for the bishop to find basically an escape there, H4, and this is a really, really enterprising way to play. Hikaru is just all out. I mean, isn't it kind of encouraging when you look at Super Grandmaster playing chess the way you always dreamed of? Like, just throw every single pawn at your opponent, and look at the engine evaluation as well. It supports him.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure Hikaru's fans are now clapping the hands and spamming those emotes right there in the chat, and they should do so in ours as well.
Yep. Oh, yeah. We definitely want to see the support. Let us know who you want to win this match, because right now, Lev, I have to say, it seems like he's on the back foot. Long castle. I think it's about to happen. Could leave the king in the middle for a little bit longer here, but Black's got a great attack, and I mean, just look at the pieces. It kind of speaks for itself.
Yeah. Well, they say never put your knight on the edge of the board, and this seems to be the case. Also, like, every single piece of Black is so active, but maybe there is something. Valuation bar is now saying is pretty equal. I'm trying to find some positive things.
I don't think it's like a big tactic or anything crazy, but maybe just knight takes bishop. I thought it was a little weird to give away this bishop like that, because it's all about these dark square pawn moves, h6, g5. So to not have a light square bishop, I'm not sure that I like that. Something like this, I feel like Levon is kind of climbing out of his potentially bad position.
Oh yeah, that could be the case. And also, Levon is, like, compared to Hikaru, Levon is a pretty solid player, pretty positional kind of style he has, and that would be a perfect opportunity for him to give Hikaru the lesson on why one should not weaken their light squares.
Yeah, I think at this point, yeah, I was about to say, like, if Levon doesn't just launch his own attack, I'm not sure what his plan is, because in the center, pawn takes on e5, knight takes e5 is so strong. Hits the bishop, beautiful centralized knight, and these knights, like, especially if it got to e5, they're not going anywhere. g3 is really hard to play because of all the pressure that he's got lined up.
Oh, wow. E takes d4. I somehow have a flashback for Wesley So winning versus Daniel Dubov when you opened that e file and it turned out to be perfectly well for you, with the king being in the center.
That's true. You know, when you see positions like this in general, at least for me, I always am a little bit nervous for black because white's king is castled. Okay, there's definitely some firepower aimed at it, but the king is tucked away safely. And for the moment, black's king is the one vulnerable to a lot of checks, open e-file. And don't forget, moves like b5, d5, these are all on the cards here, especially a move like b5 to kick that knight away.
That's correct. And, well, will Hikaru be in time to somehow, I don't know. It's so, the position is so precise that I'm running out of words when in my comfort zone, usually just, jumping here and there on some strategical basic things. But here it's just so concrete that I'm
position is wild for sure.
For your help.
B5, this is one of the moves that I was looking at. Like, yes, you could say that the d-pawn is hanging, but I think, the instincts kick in. You're not even concerned about that because you know for a fact that with the king in the middle and with us opening over here, and with Hikaru having moved all his pawns on the king side, there's no safe place for black's king to go. So my opinion about this game is that it feels like unless Hikaru can accomplish something very concrete in the next few moves, it feels like, white's kind of opening things up on both sides of the board, and there's no safe place for black's king. Long term, that just feels like a big problem.
Yeah, and it also occurs to me that might be a pretty different scenario to the one Hikaru is used to, getting an easy draw, like putting like your sword to the shelf until the next blitz game and getting ready for the time control that you enjoy the most. But here it seems like no, it's the big fight, and maybe everything's going to be decided in rapid. And in that case, we'll be happy to announce that Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase has been won in the Rapid game.
And I think that was the way it was done last time as well. So the thing that's scary about a guy like Hikaru is, yes, he can, sort of neutralize the game and maybe bring it to equality, draw, move on to the next time control. We've seen that strategy from him. But let's not forget, you take the guy into a tactical game and he's simply one of the best at finding quick tactics, like in the world, especially in blitz. So there's no winning. There's no, position where Hikaru is just not dangerous.
And speaking of danger, look at that knight to f6 incoming shortly with a very sneaky little fork. That is not the plan of Hikaru. Once again, this is not the Bota's Gambit speedrun that he's having right now. That is the Rapid Chess Championship, and that's why Hikaru is playing King D8.
I like this move a lot. It's basically knight f6. Your king's in the best possible square to deal with that, so that's the only dangerous square the knight could go to. But anytime the king is, let's say, diagonal with one square in the middle away from a knight, it's always in the best possible position. It takes the knight the most amount of moves to actually get around to attacking that square. So it's weird, but King D8, Dina, is probably the safest that king is going to be for the rest of the game.
Oh, yeah. And I also thought about it because, once again, you've already summarized it, but also like putting the rook on B8 is going to be pretty comfortable for that piece. The other rook is coming to F8 or, to E8. And at least in B8, you don't have any immediate check. So why not? Sometimes you can afford yourself even such kind of exceptions when it comes to how they say,
like all the conventional rules.
Yeah, yeah. To the respect of the conventional rules.
Rook b8 by black looks like a decent move. Like bishop takes and even going for a queen trade looks kind of nice. Let's not forget d5 square also belongs to black after exchanging here. So taking, bringing the knight to d5, maybe even trading the queens. The end games actually look like they could be pretty nice for black here. I think white kind of wants the queens on the board because there's no attack on the king side anymore. It's all about black's king. And if you just go to an endgame, black's king is going to be perfect. White's king is going to be too far from the action.
Oh, yeah. You know, like you pointing out on the white king, and I already mentioned knight f2 with smalted mates, but or knight g3 would be also nice.
Right? Yeah.
Imagine knight h5 playing here, but okay, it's just such a poor threat.
Yeah, it's a great threat. It's just an obvious one. That's all.
Yeah, such a obvious thing. Knight e2. Ooh, what's happening with bar?
Well, there's a pretty serious move here, which I certainly invite the the chat to try and locate. But believe it or not, in this position after knight e2, rook to e8, threatens a checkmate if you take the queen. So you invite the opportunity to sack your entire queen with rook e8, and my goodness, if Hikaru had played that move there, I mean, you can see the eval bar. It's already extremely tough to deal with because there's pieces hanging, mate threats all over the place.
Oh no, that would be just killing it. Instead, Hikaru played queen d5, which is also pretty decent. Seems like he's
like a great move.
Still controlling the position.
Yeah, queen d5 looks like a top tier move. As I said, if it gets to an endgame, I think Hikaru is just winning immediately. So he knows he can offer a queen trade. He also knows that he has a move like queen d1 check if that queen goes to, well, b2 is not even that great of an example, but I thought maybe he would consider b2 because he's kind of looking at that rook on h8. So it'd be easy maybe to, after queen here, to think like, oh yeah, I'm just going to go knight here, right? And fork the queen and rook, but actually rook takes threatens the rook on h8.
No way. Let's just say that queen d5 was a tier 1 sub and rook e8 would be a tier 3.
Yep, that's one way to look at it. I like the analogy.
Yeah.
Queen d1.
By the way, all those of you who are not subscribed yet, do not forget. So, and then there goes the commercial part of it.
Oh, I'm always of the mindset whenever I'm on Twitch, sell everything, anything and everything. That's what the chat's here for.
Yay! And now look at the bar. It says that Hikaru is feeling good here, and we cannot say the same for Levon. That rook on f2 is not being herself. I'm not sure that is even able to be called a rook nowadays. But
well, one thing that I'll point out about the position, just to remind us not to get ahead of ourselves, is that the queens are still on the board. And black's king will not have any true shelter for the entire game, basically. So let's just say knight takes e2 happened. I don't think it's a great move. Helps white's rook get developed. Let's say it happens. All of a sudden, it's not clear like how good black's position is because you can't really bring the king off the last rank without losing your queen. And if those rooks never get connected, it's just always hard to navigate the position. All of a sudden, maybe rook e3, queen g6, and white can still make a lot of serious threats. So as long as the queens stay on the board, Dina, I think there are some chances.
Yeah, and also look at this h3 coming to squeeze everything out that king on h1. I start to feel pretty worried here for white, to be honest.
Yeah, this looks like a nice move to actually make use of that rook. So Hikaru is saying, look, I don't have to move my rook to develop it. I'm just going to move my pawn all the way up the board, and it's the same thing.
What I do like about Hikaru's position is that it seems to me that his moves are just so natural. You don't have to be calculating everything till the end. You just playing h4 to h3 is the most natural thing that comes to my mind, and it cannot be bad. You're just opening the opponent's king, and that's it.
Well, here's a simple, basic threat, right? You just want to take two pieces for the rook. It would be pretty surprising to me if that h takes g2 was not the right move here. But yeah, I think this position still requires some accuracy. Maybe rook e8 to hit the knight, so that if the knight moves, you have knight f4 check, and there's no longer rook takes d3 because you've got your own threat.
And also, just the next move is going to be whatever happens, rook takes, I mean, if knight doesn't go away, rook takes e2, and then let's say rook takes e2 and knight f4, surprise, surprise, and pretty much an easy win.
Yeah. No,
I don't see the move here for white. Knight g3, you're saying knight f4, but it seems so perfect for...
Oh yeah, no question. This is great for Hikaru. However, I've said it 100 times, but the queens are still on the board. And if black cannot get a trade executed in the next couple moves, then I think they're like, I'll be honest, I would actually consider something like queen a2. And he did it. Yeah. Because look, queen a2, knight f4, save your knight, and the queens are off the board. So that's how seriously I feel about the queens, is that if they're on the board, I think Levon still has real chances to even still win the game, even though Hikaru's ahead. But trading them off, Dina, I think Hikaru is now a big favorite.
Wow, I'm truly surprised to see how precisely you felt this position and how Hikaru has been perfectly aligned with you.
Well, if there's an opportunity to trade the queens, I'll always find it. Get those tactical positions away from me. As a commentator, that's too much brain power. It's way easier to calculate when the queens are off. So I'm just being lazy.
And as a player, or as a former player?
Oh, as a player, definitely as well, yes.
Oh, wow. So we do have something in common afterwards.
Yep. Positional, lazy chess. But Hikaru is, I mean, you could call it positional, lazy, but at the moment, it's what works. So it also happens to be the best move.
Yeah, and the one thing that really inspires me about those players like Hikaru is like, normally, you would say Hikaru, no, he doesn't like changing the queens. He's like an aggressive player and stuff like that. But one thing about those big guys is that they are able to play any type of the position just according to what position is asking for.
Absolutely. And that's one of the hardest things to do in chess, period. Like that's where a lot of players definitely need to improve. Maybe they only have one style, but you can't play every game like you're looking for checkmate.
Oh, yeah. So the knight on a2, what is it doing there? Coming back to b4 shortly?
Yeah, I think you almost want to play potentially like, it'd be nice if you could get your rook in and then maybe bring the knight back, because then your rook would actually be active, making some threats, controlling the second rank, cutting the king off. So I don't know if it's exactly possible. Of course, the knight is now threatening to take on g5. And by the way, can't we do that? Kind of looks like it.
Was that a free pawn?
I would probably take it. I mean, Hikaru still has 2 connected pass pawns, so it's not like, the end of the world, but definitely looks like it could have been taken.
Ooh. Well,
isn't it like funny that there's a completely hanging pawn and white's reaction is to completely hang their own pawn? This is probably the last move anyone was thinking of.
Yeah, I assume there's gonna be something sneaky like knight takes d6 and then rook takes f4 and then party begins, but it didn't happen. Hikaru did not let it happen.
Yeah, so knight b2, important to remember rook b1 exists there, pinning the knight to the rook on b8. And this position is now completely wild because I think Levon he's been making some incredibly strong moves over the last, 5 or 6 moves to bring this evaluation bar right back smack dead center in the middle of the board.
Oh, yeah. Uh-oh. But whose king is going to be in the biggest trouble now? After rook F? No, okay, sorry. Apologies. Not possible.
Well, Levon, I think he was tired of, he didn't want me to keep saying that the eval bar was right in the middle of the board. Of course, right when I say it, look at that. Rook d2, what a move. Found by Hikaru. That was the reason rook d4 was not supposed to be played. I'll put it on the board because it is pretty. Rook e1 and those knights, look at that checkmate.
Wow, this is so beautiful. This is so beautiful. Oh no. Are we seeing once again Levon blundering small tactics when facing Hikaru? This is so painful.
And now rook e to e2, I think you can nearly pack it up because that should probably be too much. Yeah, I don't think you want to allow maybe some rook check. Looks like too much because king there, there's knight up. The other thing is that if that rook ever leaves, there's always going to be rook d1 checkmate idea. So a few things to think about here, but I think white is lost.
Geez, that looks like a game over. And, you know, it also reminds me of the fact that me saying, yay, Hikaru trading queens, that means he's going for a solid game. But no, we can attack and checkmate in endgames as well.
That's true. And he's doing just that. I would be incredibly surprised if Hikaru is not able to finish this off. And it looks like we will get a win in rapid at the moment, unless Levon, he pulls out some Aronian magic.
Wow. Wow. I can't imagine the tension between these two players, having faced each other so many times in those pretty important events for them, and over they meet. And I wouldn't be surprised if they were using that technique of a punching ball and putting the face of each other on that on that thing as well.
Yeah, to practice. Knight e4, rook b2, I thought maybe would be played, because if rook takes, remember, there's still checkmate, rook e1. So to me, rook b2 was like almost forced move.
Okay. Is there some hope for Levon? No hope?
Well, basically the knights are a little annoying, right? They're covering h2. The rook would love to go to h2 and just mate. And they're also covering f2. So the knights are doing a really good job here at covering the squares that Hikaru wants to put his rooks. And again, another extremely accurate move. Like, if not for this move right here, then the evaluation is actually getting back to equal.
So it's
as
only
crazy
move.
as that sounds. It's the only move, and
wow.
Trust a guy like Hikaru to find those only moves. Levon being tricky though, h5, right? If the knight takes, of course, your knight is dropping, and hang on, that pawn really starts to make a push to go all the way.
A hope! Look at that bar.
Yep, even h6 could be considered. I'm sure there are much better moves than this, like maybe just I don't know, moving this rook or something. But I was thinking like even h6, you could sack the exchange and at least have a chance there with that h pawn.
Oh yeah. What's that?
Well, I think we might be seeing perhaps the king walking into some kind of mating net potentially. No, he just decides to take the pawn. This is probably a good decision by Hikaru.
Wait, but where's the mate? Everything's been traded. Where's the advantage?
Oh no, he's definitely messed it up. Like, he won't be happy with this. I was looking for mating ideas with rook a1 check when I had both my rooks on the board, but now we can see Hikaru's in a pin here. It's actually still an extremely tough position to play.
Everybody's in the pin because you also have this 93 and 91, so it's double. I mean, it's a self. No, it's a.
Well, what actually we might get here, as Levon has literally 5 seconds, is we might get a position where Levon is trying to sack both his knights for these 2 pawns. And then if he still has that 1 pawn left, Hikaru might be able, if anyone has seen the clip, it's on Twitter, he might be able to win 2 knights against a pawn, which is simply the hardest thing to do in chess. And I've seen extremely impressive clip for those that haven't seen it, that he's done it before, like literally in like a bullet game, basically.
I remember that. That was insane. And it was just a matter of the square on which the pawn was. Like, let's say f3, it would be winning, and f4, it would be a draw. I mean, something random like this.
Yep.
Wow.
So believe me, he's thinking about it. Right now, he's trying to play knight takes d5, knight takes c4. He's just trying to sack for those pawns.
Yeah, but okay, the pawn is on the f.
King e4. Oh, he should have played king e4, I think. Knight takes, there's knight takes. Oh
no!
He can't do it, it's check.
It's time. It's time. It was a time pressure. No way.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to do it. That was, I think honestly, there might have been a chance there with king e4. that was my last hope here. And yeah, the engine actually agrees. King e4, because then maybe you can try to like sacrifice one knight, take the other. But when your king is here, we saw that it's just not possible because this is with a check. That's the difference.
Ouch. 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 Ouch.
Amazing. So actually, Hikaru comes away with the win. Levon obviously not thrilled to go down in that endgame, but the time pressure at the very end. He did such a good job defending, Dina. I was so impressed how he even survived that.
Yeah, that has been indeed a great job. And, you know, it makes it even more painful to lose the game like this in the end game, where you have just survived after that tremendous attack by 2 rooks on the second rank.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I looked at this position earlier. I thought, okay, after rook d2, brilliant move by Hikaru. He's just dead. And then Levon comes up with h5 and all these resources. I really thought that he had a shot here, but man, you know, Hikaru, when you've only got 5 seconds against him, he's going to make you pay.
Yeah, and Hikaru had 1 minute and he did not ever get down to 1 minute. And you know what, man? I'm not even sure that Hikaru himself saw how to win this game. I mean, like, obviously he didn't saw it because he didn't find it. But, you know, even like, let's say, give him 5 more seconds, 10 more seconds, you might not have found it. Or also, you know, interesting moments. Hikaru had the whole minute and he knew that the position was winning and he did not stop at that.
Yeah. He puts the pressure on. He knows that if he keeps thinking, that his opponent can think while he's thinking. So he's only helping his opponent, and he trusts himself to play those quick, accurate moves and keep you under pressure. So what can we say? You know, Hikaru comes away with the victory. He wins the knockout this Sunday for the Rapid Chess Championship, Dina, and I think we're gonna get him for an interview.
Oh, that is gonna be the most exciting part of the whole event.
Well, let's do it, guys. GG's to both Levon and Hikaru, but you're watching the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase, and we'll be right back with an interview with the winner, Hikaru Nakamura. Stay where you are.
Can't wait. And welcome back to Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We are privileged to be having the winner of today's knockout, week number 5, Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura. Congratulations.
Thank you. It's good to be here. It was a very exciting day.
Well, congrats, Hikaru. Obviously, you had to go through some pretty tough players to get to the final. Was it, I mean, we all know how good you are in the shorter time controls. Was it kind of a match strategy a little bit to maybe take a few draws as we saw and, you know, play the shorter time controls, or you were just taking the games as they come?
Well, I mean, first of all, as I recall, in Arena Kings last week, I lost to you. So obviously I wasn't counting on anything being easy today, certainly. I think, you know, probably the critical moment I think was really against Fabiano when in that 3+1 game. I felt in the opening he played this bishop e3 move when he should have I think he could have just taken this pawn on c6. I felt like once I was able to stabilize that game, I know I was maybe in a little trouble in the final game, but I felt like that was probably the biggest moment. But even the final match, right when I thought I had won the game, I hadn't won the game because I simply forgot that in this end game we reached this 2 knights versus a king potentially, which would be a draw. So I mean, it's, you know, all the games were tough, but I think certainly the final match I didn't want to go into bullet or blitz or bullet because I was already a little bit tired from those previous matches.
That must have been the most surprising part for us because we're so used of you going into blitz and bullet where normally you are the strongest. But yeah, that was a very tense game, the last one versus Levon. And I was curious, in that final position when you had both rooks on the second rank, it was looking to be completely winning, but yet you had the whole minute on the clock and you decided to continue like playing fast and putting your opponents in the like time pressure. Were you considering to stop and just, let's say, find the precise win, or you were just believing your instincts?
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough situation because, again, the problem is if I spend a lot of time and I'm wrong, I don't have a clear plan, whereas Levon has a very obvious idea, put the knight on e4 and then try to push the h-pawn for counterplays. So I wasn't really sure what the right approach was. I think what I did was relatively correct, except for the fact that at this one critical moment, I played, after this knight b2, I think he played rook d2. I didn't use my time to find this rook a1 knight d3 idea, which was winning. So maybe there I should have used more time. But overall, I was just trying to move quickly and build up pressure. I think also because last week when I played Levon in the 10+2 game, I mean, I was much worse. But then when he got to about like 10 seconds, he started making some mistakes and inaccuracies. And so I definitely had that in the back of my mind in terms of what I was trying to do.
Well, very nice. I mean, obviously deserved outcome. Congrats again, Hikaru. This is, I believe, the first RCC that you've won. Maybe not the last. And yeah, hopefully. I mean, Dina, unless you have any more questions, we won't take more of your time, but congratulations again.
Yeah, definitely not the last, Hikaru. Congratulations.
Thank you, you guys.
All right. And I mean, you can see the bracket there, you know, sort of how things came to be. Hikaru getting to the final, winning in rapid. So it didn't even need, you know, multiple tie breaks and whatnot. So getting it done in 10-minute, 2-second increment chess, Dina.
Oh yeah, that has been a very long and nice day at the office, but we're not yet ready to sign off. We do have a game of the day recap to show you, and in order to produce that, we're taking a very quick break and getting back to you in a moment.
Yep, see you guys soon.
Welcome back to Rapid Chess Championship, week number 5. We have just seen the winner, Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura, is the one for today and for this weekend. And perhaps before we're wrapping up the show, we are here to show you the Coinbase Rapid Recap. It has been a very long day at the office. Once again, I'm repeating myself, but there was this one particular game that caught our attentions, and we are so passionate to show it to you right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Dina, this is the Coinbase Rapid Recap, and honestly, I just can't think of a better game than the one we just watched. It was back and forth. Hikaru, he started the opening here and basically took all his pawns. You know what? I'll actually flip the board so we can, appreciate it from his perspective here. He did what I think everyone dreams to do, which is, hey, I'm just gonna, blatantly shove every single kingside pawn I have at you, and it's gonna work. And just watching like a really strong player do that reminds you that it's still possible, guys. You can still play this kind of crazy chess. So, Dino, I mean, when you saw all the pawns forward like this, I think this is a pretty visual moment when you saw the move f5 that, if this is good for black, it looks like it's going to be a pretty fun game.
Oh yeah. And once again, this was such an exciting thing that we just learned on the interview when speaking to Hikaru in person. He was actually willing to let everything be decided in the rapid game. And Aman, this is very impressive, and this is what we see here right now on the board with these 4 pawns aligned.
Yeah, definitely. He was playing to win here. You could tell. And as the game progressed, it was also a really long game as well. So he started with full pressure on the king side. Levon defended really well. And this game was basically like Hikaru full sending, if you will. And Levon just coming up with resourceful defense and counterattacks, every step of the way. So you really felt like as this game went on, if someone was going to win, they would definitely earn it by the end of the day.
Oh yeah, that's very precise. There were some ups and downs here and there, and Hikaru managed to control the situation up till the end. And even though, there might have been the draw in the end of the game, but it wasn't so easy on the practical level.
Definitely not. I think one of the things that was so visual about this game, why I thought it was so instructive, is Hikaru kind of found this square right in the middle of the board. Instead of castling in either direction, and instead of leaving the king on an open e-file, actually slides the king to d8, where it's way out of any knight checks, and it covers the c7 pawn, and it's also on a completely closed file. So you didn't castle neither here nor there. However, his king, for most of this game, kind of surprising, but it was more safe than Levon's king.
Yeah, that is exactly true. And then Hikaru was the one suggesting to trade the queens. And believe it or not, he did manage to create a very dangerous attack for the opponent in the endgame.
Yeah, I thought this was a great decision by black. You trade the queens, and no, you're not going to lose your knight, because great little in-between move here. Knight f4 check. And as the game continued, he actually decided to give up this g-pawn in favor of activation. And I thought this was obviously a really cute moment here. Rook d2, just a beautiful tactic, Dina, with the checkmate idea with rook e1.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if that was, the move of the day or the move of the week 5.
Yeah, exactly. I think this move pretty much sealed it for me, or at least I thought so at the time. But full credit has to be given to Levon, because I cannot believe he survived as long as he did. From this position, black looks completely dominant, and he's finding all the right moves. And as soon as h5 was played, yeah, there are some moves to try here, but honestly, nothing is guaranteed. And after knight b2, I think Hikaru went for what he thought was the simplest, which was trade and then get rid of this h-pawn, because white is starting to get some winning chances, Dina. It almost looked like it might turn around.
Oh, yeah. And once again, this is the precise critical point when Hikaru had the chance to use his minutes or to continue putting the pressure. And I was really, really pleased by the answer that Hikaru provided us, simply saying that in the previous match, Levon was making so many mistakes when being down to 10 seconds on the clock, and Hikaru just remembered that and used it in his favor, and it worked.
Yeah. There was some ideas with Rook A1 here, but like I said, 20 seconds for Levon. I think Hikaru took the practical approach, which was get rid of the danger, which is that pawn over there. And even though the position ended up like this, Black has an advantage. However, I mentioned that White would be trying to sack, let's say, both knights for both pawns. If you can take all the pawns off the board, you have a real shot at a draw. Hikaru seemed to say in the interview that it was basically a draw. So that could be because he's just already aware, and that super GM brain that this pawn you can't win with based on where it's placed. So it could be that he already knew that if that happened, it was a draw. But we've seen him win that position before. So I definitely thought it was still possible. And it really came down to this last moment, Dina, where I think there was just a hope and a prayer if the move King E4 was played.
Yeah, and the most natural move as well. But well, it will all be a history now. And what can I add? Perhaps that super GM brain, as you call it, something tells me it's just professional chess player having analyzed his previous game and having made some conclusions out of what the computer would say, and he remembered that. I just think it's the matter of the square on which the pawn is. This is just decisive. Could be so F3 draw or F3 win, F4 draw, and something like this.
Knowing those things is definitely what separates, the some grandmasters from the elite ones, because I have no idea about any of that stuff, and it sounded like he had it all worked out. And King C4, that was the end of the game. I mean, Levon basically went down on time here, but you wish that you could play this move and then play knight takes C3. But unfortunately, you're in check even from the F3 square as well. So it was going to be a win for Hikaru no matter what. If not on time, the position seemed to take care of itself. So there you go. I mean, that's the Coinbase rapid recap, guys. Just taking a look at that last game we saw there. Thought it was pretty instructive and pretty fun, honestly, start to finish in the final there.
Oh, yeah. And looking once again at the tournament situation here, we've got Hikaru riding through all those guys, MVL first, then Fabiano, and then Aronian. Man, it seems to me like a very nice collection of wins, right? One after another.
Yeah, the players here are all super strong, and that's just a testament to how strong the Rapid Chess Championship is, as we also can take a look at those standings, the leaderboard, and you'll get a good idea. Just look at those point totals and look at those 4 American flags right up the top there, Dina.
Yeah, that's really grueling. And well, Hikaru is on the top 2. Reminds me when I asked him about his plans to play for the Olympic team this August, and he said, well, if he's what did he say? If he's rated number 4 and if he's in the 4th place, then it's fine. But if he's in the reserve player, then it's not. And at least judging by these results, he's pretty ambitious over there.
Certainly looks like it. Yeah, you don't want to play as a reserve player. That's what I do for Team Canada. So
that's why you always play on the board 1.
Yeah, board 1 is safe. But that was a lot of fun, Dina. In the end, we got a lot of pretty exciting matches, a lot of wins. So we really didn't have long matches going all the way to Armageddon. I think it only happened like once. Otherwise, it was just crushing games left, right, and center.
Yeah, and before we sign off and say some couple of last words, I think it's time for us to remind our viewers the new feature, which is called Classroom. The all-new Classroom is live, finally, on chess.com. Classroom offers the very best virtual class experience. You can connect with anyone at any time with native video and voice conferencing. That's nice. Check out the best way to teach and learn at chess.com/classroom. And now, Aman, it is time to say goodbye. And I want to use this opportunity to thank you for being and bearing with me for this amazing 5 hours or so. It has been a very, very, very important opportunity for me to finally get a chance to commentate together with you, and I am extremely thankful to to having had that experience, and looking forward to be working with you together over and over again.
Sure, it won't be the last time. Yeah, no, you did a great job today. It was a lot of fun. Hope the chat enjoyed as well. And congrats again to Hikaru. So we'll see you guys for more iterations of this. This will be every week. On Sunday, the knockout, of course. On Saturday, you have the Swiss. So lots of, whether it's Rapid Chess Championship or the Bullet Chess Championship, which I'll be commentating tomorrow. Lots of events here on chess.com. So we'll see you guys for those.
Looking forward. Goodbye, everyone.